Hello, everybody. Sorry for that. I just was checking my audio, making sure everything's good. How are y'all this Wednesday? What? How are you doing, Spoon?
Ooh.
I don't know.
Where?
Here. I think so. I could be wrong. How are you today, Spoon?
What?
Alright. I'll take that as... I don't know how to take that.
Hey, wait, hold on, wait.
Oh, he has his headphones in, that's why. God damn it.
Well, are we live?
Yeah, hi.
Oh, shit.
I told you I was going live. Oh, god
Sorry, I
damn.
didn't know.
My bad.
Hey, yes, I do apologize for my egregious behavior. My etiquette is not up to standard.
So how are you doing?
I'm cold as shit.
Really?
Yeah,
too bad.
the weather's been the right bollock last couple of...
Oh, holy shit, it was
weeks,
awful
actually.
last week. The wind was crazy, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely
It's
nuts.
3 o'clock in the morning, you wake up like, what? I'm... Okay, exaggerating. Like 4, because you're probably still up at 3 o'clock.
I know. Speaking
Probably
of...
talking to you as well, talking about all kinds of shit.
I know, usually.
Yeah.
Speaking of crazy, though.
Oh, God.
I thought we'd start this week out with something fun, but also absolutely crazy and cringe.
When you say fun, is it some... I can't talk today.
It's
Is it something that's going to make me
sort of
annoyed
fun.
and therefore amuse you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's why
Oh,
it's
of
fun.
course, yeah. Because that's how
That's-
this works.
That's why it's fun.
It's prod the spoon, so the spoon reacts like I'm
Uh-huh.
some sort of caged monkey.
No.
I mean, I am African, so that's kind of twice offensive.
Oh, disavow.
Every time I was like,
Okay.
It's not disavowing. I'm African. I can say that shit.
I know you can. I know. I guess so. But I'll get in trouble, probably somehow.
Why?
I don't know. Everything is a cancelable.
You're a
offense.
Welsh short. You're half monkey anyway.
Oh wow, that's offensive. To monkeys.
Oh wow. I'm an old man. I just read in the chat. No, fuck you guys.
Yeah, it's
Fucking
very
calling me an
old.
old man.
Yeah, you are.
I find that offensive, you young whippersnappers.
Yeah, he's very old. We're the same age. That's how you can tell how old he is.
I'm not a caged monkey, just a leashed one. That's not exactly better.
No. Alright. I thought we would watch, because everyone's been watching it, the Lord of the Rings superfans review.
Oh
of the
god,
official-
I just saw the 4 people on the cover.
I've been
Why am
trying
I
to
watching
tell
this?
you about it. I've been sending it to you for like the last couple of days of like, you gotta watch this shit. Because it is
There's
so
a reason why I
cringe.
didn't.
I see, but now
I
get
have
to
enough
force you
cringe
to.
as it is.
But now I get to
Ah.
force you to.
Ah,
live
god, I hate you.
in front of other people. Hello, chat, by the way. I hope you guys are having a nice Wednesday, as we are maybe on the edge. I can't talk yet today. The edge of war with
Haha.
Ukraine and Russia, maybe, potentially, who knows? And, well, Canada has become a full-on dictatorship. It's going great.
Do you ever get the feeling
Sure
that the
love the
United
world.
States is like poking both sides? Is going like, come on, fight,
Oh,
fight, and
absolutely.
Russia and Ukraine are sitting there like, what the fuck are you doing? Would you please leave us alone?
I mean,
Like, come
potentially.
on, my domestic policy is crap. I need something to deflect the fact that I'm totally an incompetent retard.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, probably with Biden, yeah, for sure. So let's...
He doesn't know what's going on, by the way.
Hell no. We'll get to some of that later. We got some Biden cringe as usual. But, so this is absolutely
Shock the monkey.
awful. Are you in the watch together? Yes. Okay.
Yes, unfortunately.
So,
I could just leave, actually. Just like, fuck with you.
okay, well, we're gonna do this one, but we're also gonna take just a real brief look at, because as you can see in the title there, that's on YouTube, this has been removed because this went up and people hated it for reasons that will become very quickly evident as to why people hate this. They removed it, however, you know, you can't delete anything from the internet, okay? Everything on the internet is forever. But a weird thing is that they actually made a whole bunch of these. This was a very planned out international project for Amazon Prime, and we'll look at some of the other ones. I won't listen to them so much unless you want to sit there and try to figure out if there's anything super cringe in the Dutch one, because my Spanish sucks, and that's the other one that I have up, and the Italian, and there's a French one. But you'll notice I have my filter on here for to avoid copyright issues, obviously, but let me turn it off for a second so you can just get a good look at the kind of people that are sat here on this dais. It's a specific kind of person. Do you know what I mean? A very specific kind of person. And by that I mean Zoomer hipsters. And they're all like that.
That's not what first grabbed me, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
What did you get?
The first thing that grabbed me is, this is a story supposedly set in England, the British Isles.
A fantasized version of England. Yeah.
Tolkien, yes. Mm-hmm. So why in the hell am I seeing 3 people who are not white?
Well,
you do not belong here.
No, the girl is white. One of the girls.
Yeah, but I don't care about her.
It's
the other 3 that concern me.
Yikes. And
yeah, like, you just look at them and go, you know nothing about this world. You are a diversity hire, and this is not your place. Please, if you are not white, fuck off away from this story. This is not your place.
I totally disagree.
Yes.
Anyone of any background can enjoy Lord of the Rings or any story. It's just that when you want to change it for diversity.
No, this is white-only territory.
I disagree. I think anyone can enjoy. I absolutely fundamentally disagree. I'm sure everybody can enjoy whatever they want.
No, you can enjoy it the same way that a crap load of white people, for some reason, like, Japanese stuff. I mean, so do I. I'm one of them. Like, Korean dramas are fucking bad. I say, way better shit in the West.
Then fuck off with that shit.
No, I'm not trying to promote it. That's the difference. I don't try to squeeze myself into Japanese culture for the sake of diversity higher. Like, that's the difference. Like, these fuckers are specifically there for that purpose.
Well, that's what I have a problem with. Yeah, I have a problem with them wanting to change everything. Having people liking it, like what you want, man. Holy shit. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
no, when you see this, that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Okay, it sounded like you were saying that they can't like it, which I completely disagree with. You can like anime, and Spoon can watch his K-dramas.
No, why does everyone say that?
Because it's just funny.
Why is it like that's the first thing? But no, fuck you. This is not the first time someone has said that. Like, the thing that I watched is like a period piece.
Yeah, I know.
It's like dynasties.
I know.
Like, I like that because like all of their this is the thing I like about Asia. Asia's history is cool. They're like fucking empires and like badass architecture. That shit is cool. It's not like Africa where none of that exists. Or Europe that has castles, and even South America's got pyramids, for God's sakes.
Well, Spoon, you know it's not cool? This video.
Every time I was like, okay, take a breath, something new would happen, and it was.
It's Middle-earth, there's never peace, right? If, like, Sauron is hot, I feel like people will be like, I can fix him.
The kid's so fucking bad.
Now, these are the highlights, by the way. So this is because of course, it's cut up one of those videos where they've cut it in such a way so they put what they think is best. First, so that you'll keep watching. If by best you mean most cringe, yeah, I guess. I mean, goddamn, why is it sexual? And by the way, they did kind of make Sauron a little sexy in that one Lord of the Rings game. What was it called? Shadow of War.
Lord of the Rings game? Shadow of War, yes.
Yeah, there is so you already got that guy. Like, if you're really into sexy Sauron, go play Shadow of War, I guess.
Middle-earth had like a club.
Yo, this tune is banging!
Awestruck, mystified, and starstruck.
Wow.
We've already watched the trailer.
It's the
pause.
Like, I'm overwhelmed with the cringe. Like,
it's already terrible.
It's literally hurting me.
I know. It's supposed to be painful. That's
like anyone who says the tune is banging, like, oh no, just
this is the Zoomer language, and I know I am want to use Zoomer language, and I apologize for that, but for some reason it amuses me. But this is just absolutely awful. Let's see how awful it can be.
You know that F word that I can't say?
Yeah, I know how much you want to say it.
Yeah, it's specifically designed to represent these people.
I know. Who produced this, Noah? Amazon Prime set this up, and in fact, it was a coordinated effort. There's another part of it where they take them all to this onto this set and walk through like a it's clearly all shot on the same set or something like that, because they all look identical, but they've got people from, and that was put on the specific YouTube channels for UK, Italy, France, Spain, Netherlands. This is just the one that and we'll look at the like to dislike ratio on the other ones, because it's all pretty much the same, but this one, the one in English, I guess because maybe, again, Lord of the Rings is most culturally important to the Anglosphere, this is the one that was deemed least acceptable and most cringe.
Can I just say, I know
Yeah.
Sandwich said stunning and brave as a joke. I will say it is brave to spend massive, like, what, $500 million to buy the rights and then completely
250 million.
fuck up the story. Yeah, okay, so $250 million. Just to buy the story, fuck it up, and just to piss people off. That is brave.
Yeah.
It's also very stupid, but it is a bit of bravery in that.
Oh, and they took him to a green screen penultimate, but like they had him like walk around a physical location. I don't have those videos up, but like they walk like through a big ring and stuff like that. It probably is all green screen in though, you're right, but it's meant to all look homogenized, and they're on some kind of green screen set somewhere, and it is all uniform and homogenized. There's no differences between any of these things in the different countries. But anyway, sorry, let's get back to it.
Excited because Prime Video's new epic fantasy series,
Yay.
The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power,
Oh, it's
just dropped
cringe.
with a teaser trailer, and I'm here with the Fellowship of Influencers.
I hate that word so much. I hate it. I truly hate the word influencer.
Can I just say as well, you don't have the accent for this kind of film. It just doesn't gel well. When you think Lord of the Rings, you think some kind of poshy accent. You think of someone who is well-spoken and articulate, whereas he is not that guy. He does
No,
not
but
have the voice to
Again, I think
suit the role.
I think that basically what this whole marketing campaign, what this is that it's they're saying here's who we are trying to sell the show to, right? This is who we're trying to sell it to, because I think they know already, based on first, as we went over last week, they don't have the rights to anything. They actually barely have the rights. They specifically, the Tolkien family estate specifically said that they can only cover, make a show about the Second Age, which would be Sauron forging the rings, and then the war between the elves and Sauron. So that's what you've got. Those are the big two things that happen in the Second Age. You can't do anything else outside of that, and they only have a couple poems that they can actually pull from because they can't use a Silmarillion. So, they have to make up a fan fiction, and because they have to make up a fan fiction, and they've spent $1 billion on this, that is really the estimate right now, $1 billion at least, before marketing costs and things like that, which it's going great. The marketing's going real great, as we can see here, considering they removed it. But they have to find someone to market this to, because they can't make it a show for anyone who likes the Tolkien universe, for anyone who likes the Lord of the Rings mythos, because they don't have the rights to any of it. So it's like, I guess we'll just I think honestly, what's your opinion on this? Do you think Amazon got trolled into because they spent $250 million on nothing?
This
Is
no
this a
one.
mistake?
No one is that fucking stupid. No one spends
no.
that amount of money without looking at the finer print. I refuse to believe people are that fucking dumb.
It's because it reads that way, that they were like, oh yes, we'll have, we'll be able to make our own Lord of the Rings and it'll be a huge success. We'll have our own Game of Thrones essentially, because everyone loves Lord of the Rings and everyone kind of hates Game of Thrones now, but we'll give people a new big epic fantasy TV series to enjoy and we'll make a ton of money. And then I feel like they didn't read the fine print at all. They had no idea what they were actually buying. And it seems that way because they bought it back like 3 years ago. So it seems that for 3 years they've been trying to figure out what the hell to do with it. And this is, again, what I read this as is they know they can't sell it to Tolkien fans. They can't sell it to boomers. They can't sell it to anyone who enjoyed the previous movies, even. So they got to sell it to idiot Zoomers. And the only way you can sell something to idiot Zoomers, in their minds, and I don't think this is correct, is to put in a bunch of forced diversity crap. And have non-binary black dwarves, you know what I mean? That's why they got these specific looking kind of people.
Mary says that Bezos is supposedly into the Lord of the Rings, that he pushed for this with the huge budget.
That's possible too.
That's possible. I'm not saying I don't see that. why in the hell would you then fuck this up or not stick to the original lore? Like, if you bought it, I imagine you would have some say into how it's being produced.
And literally,
So what the fuck you're doing this
Because
for then? It's like,
Because there's not much they can do, I guess. And again, I don't know why, other than because.
but you can at least stick to the original. Okay, not stick to the original story in the sense of
I mean, there is stuff that happens
what's
in
been
the
written.
second age. It's
No, but I mean, at least stick to the story in the sense of sort of the make it for God's sakes white, because when you put non-white people into this environment, it looks like you're trying to fuck it up. This is the problem with pushing the woke crap. You don't have any people of color in your show unless you wish to push this crap. The first thing that pops up is
also
this:
listen what they
you
talk
are
about.
pushing this nonsense.
It's all they talk about in this, and I wonder.
Yes,
you know,
that's my point.
No, you're right. I mean, that's just to push an agenda. However, it's a very expensive agenda to push. Again, like, there are things at the end of the Second Age ends with Sauron losing the ring. So you have a big epic fight scene that happens at the end of this age, right? That if you really wanted to make a TV show, you could about this era, right? So, but considering the way it's being marketed, let's just get back to it, but we'll listen to what they have to say. And considering the way it's being marketed, and who they think would like to watch a show based on this roundtable discussion, it seems to me that they know that nobody who actually enjoys Lord of the Rings will be able to tolerate this shit.
Chanel, Joel, and Kelsey, how you guys doing?
Very excited after watching that.
Come on.
Very intrigued to just see everyone else's thoughts and just gather what we all think.
That's what we're here for. That's
Trying
what
to
we're
be
here
such
for.
a stereotype
Three
again.
words to describe the Rings of Power teaser trailer. Go.
Okay.
I think even Milo Yiannopoulos would call that guy a... Yeah,
The word
that
you
word.
can't say. Yeah.
Breathtaking.
Yeah, because
I literally didn't
Breathtaking?
breathe. Exhilarating and intriguing.
I didn't notice.
Well,
that
we
you-
watched it last week. Does that describe it? Is that how you felt last week when we watched it?
no,
Oh, really?
no, I felt offended.
weren't breathing.
Yeah,
I
no.
was gonna call first aid.
It was like I was trying, but
Stop trying to be funny. It is not your forte, dude.
I'll tell you what is funny though. Sad Wings Raging said Frodo failed. Now George Soros has the ring.
Ouch.
Excellent.
every time I was like, okay, take a breath, something new would happen, and it was
Nothing happened. It was like a woman dangling
When
off the
is
side of
Nicolas
a rock.
Cage going to
It's
get
all
cast as
fake.
Barack Obama?
Oh, I would say like expansive, because
Yeah.
we're getting
What?
this like whole new look into the Second Age on screen, and
See, I want to punch that kid just because of his voice.
I know. It's the
I'm
affectation is-
sorry, but that voice screams a whole bunch of stereotypes. It just...
Again, he's really playing into stereotypes, but
it's gonna
you
be
do you,
so
boo.
amazing. I also want to say representative, because
Yep,
we're getting
here's what matters.
more diversity within this
That's what
series. Like,
matters.
we're seeing our first black elf, we're seeing the first female dwarf.
Actually, hang on a minute. Look at her face. When I go back.
So amazing. I also want to say representative, because we're getting like more diversity within this series. Like we're seeing
Watch her face.
our first
She does not look like she agrees, actually. She's just like, oh, because she's the only white person here, look. She's like, oh, great, this is where it's going.
black elf, we're seeing
You see what I mean?
and I'm very looking forward to like looking at that. And then I guess
What was that? I'm looking forward to looking at it. What does that mean? You're not looking forward to a good story? You're looking forward to just seeing brown people on the screen? Like you've never seen one before? I don't know, look around. Dude. Are you okay, Spoon?
Nope. Thing is, I am a fan of Lord of the Rings and Tolkien. This is like
I know.
spitting at me.
I know. I'm sorry. Not really. I mean, a little. Now I'm actually a little bit sorry.
intriguing, because obviously this period of history within the Middle Earth is very rife with notions of the plot of like The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, and
What?
seeing how the Rings of Power are being forged.
Definitely more than 3 words. but I'll take it. I love it.
Thank you. I'm an over-explainer.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Wait, so, I don't understand what he meant by that, honestly. He wants to see something about the Second Age because it relates to the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, which means you like those things, I guess. Not necessarily actually interested in this era of history. You're only interested in how it relates to the things you've already seen.
I would say awestruck, mystified, and starstruck.
Wow.
Very strong words.
That is like the word for the next teaser trailer.
Yeah.
I'll just like pop
Popping up.
here.
Go ahead.
Your name on the byline.
Yes, yes.
So in the teaser trailer, and obviously with a lot of stuff that you've probably read about it, we're introduced to the first black elf.
It's all that matters. It's all that fucking matters to these people.
Now diversity, especially on screen.
It's the first thing they talk about. Because it's all that this
It's
is.
the only thing that they're going to talk about.
Pretty much. Because it's. What else? What else? It's just. Oh, we get a black elf and a black female dwarf who doesn't have a beard, by the way, which. So it's non-canon. Like I said, it's all fan fiction.
as an actor means
As
a
an
lot to me
actor.
because growing up I hardly had that, you know, watching TV and watching a lot of films and stuff.
How old are you? How old are you? I grew up watching The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. How old are you? You're lying. Oh my god. Why you always lying? Stop fucking lying. This guy is what? 23?
Is he?
Didn't. It's gotta be. He's under 30. He's like easily, and the rest of them for sure are. So when did you grow up where you didn't see black people on TV in the UK? I have. Whatever.
Never saw people of my color.
Uh-huh.
So it's exciting to see that, you know, diversity is being explored.
So
in the
that's
Ring
just
of
a
Power.
lie.
What are your thoughts on the casting decisions then?
I'm very excited for it because Tolkien's work was always about being inclusive. I mean, we see it through the Fellowship, like a bunch of people from.
How do you feel
Look
about
at your
that
Discord.
statement? What? Check this.
Look at your Discord quickly.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's a reason I can't say that.
Yeah, that's a little spicy soon. Just a little.
I can type it in the chat.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. But.
Also, can I just a question for you guys? Because I imagine most people here are probably roughly around our age. How many of you, when you were kids, watched TV shows that didn't feature white actors and you could still enjoy the fucking story?
I mean, I did. It was never an issue. Growing
Yes,
up, at least, in the 90s, in the US. So I don't, that's why I said that guy's line. But did you hear what the,
homosexual said?
The homosexual said, which was, that, wait, go back again, now I fucking lost my train of thought on it. Because it was something really, about how Tolkien was all about diversity. Do you agree with that statement?
No!
He's gonna say because, you know, the hobbits and the elves and you know, the elf and the humans and the dwarves team up to save Middle-earth. And in that way, yeah, but those are allegories for people in the British Isles and British mythology, not for a global world diversity in the way that you mean that word.
Why does everyone need to feel fucking represented by their skin color
I don't
or their
understand that
gender
at all.
to be enjoyed? Like,
I-
what the fuck? Like, how do you read fantasy then, you twat?
That has never made sense to me. I don't need to see someone who looks just like me. I guess the argument would be like, well, everybody in media looks like you, Aiden, because they're all white. It's like, yeah, but I'm a weeb. So, like, you know, I've grew up watching anime and stuff, and I guess
I need to beat that out of you, by
they
the way.
look. I have no. Well, I was just literally on stream with British Knight last night talking about anime, so. I'm only watching.
Most heavy metal enthusiast.
There's only two recent ones I've been watching, and that's Goblin Slayer and Redo of Healer, so, which don't look into the latter one, if you unless you want to see some real degenerate shit, but...
No, let's not go down that road.
Yeah, let's not, I already did that last night.
I don't get this, why this is such a fucking big thing with these Neanderthals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why do you need to see someone who looks like you for you to get into the story? Like, the fucking...
It doesn't make any sense. It tells
No,
me
but the
that...
storyline is
Yeah.
nothing, is fucking fiction. Why the hell do you need to see someone who looks like you to get into fiction? The entire fucking thing isn't real.
It also tells me
That
that
doesn't make any sense to me.
it's indicative of narcissism and a problem with empathy. You can't empathize with somebody who doesn't look like you. I think you've got an issue.
That says
That's
a
a
lot, yeah.
serious problem. That's like mild psychopathology, and I think we have a cultural level psychopathology on the left. And there's a lot of places we can go to find evidence of that, and that they glorify mental illness, for example. But it has to be diversity of everything except for thought. That's the only thing that you can't have any diversity in. You must all agree and think exactly like me, and otherwise it's bad. But I do not understand it. I agree with you 100%. I have never had a problem relating to a character in a TV show or a movie who's not white, you know? That was never the way it was growing up. Again, when I was growing up, everybody watched Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah, because it's funny.
And before that, everybody watched The Cosby Show. I mean, that didn't turn out great, but you know what I mean? like.
No, The Cosby Show is great. It's off the set where all the fucked up shit happened.
Right, but at the time, people were like, that was America's Family, right? And there were, you know, other sitcoms with white people as well, but no one had any problem relating to the Cosbys because they acted like regular people, you know?
Yeah.
Acted like regular Americans, so it was fine. Yeah, again, Sad Wings Raging, you know, I'm obviously a gigantic Trekkie, and I never had a hard, no, Uhura doesn't have a huge amount of character, to be fair, but I never had any time problem relating to Uhura or anybody in Star Trek, whether they were an alien or whatever. Obviously, I speak Vulcan because I'm a big giant turbo nerd, and I don't have a problem relating to Spock because Leonard Nimoy's Jewish and has elf ears. Like, I mean, I don't know what, like, I don't in the show, not in real life. Rest in peace, King. But, yeah, it's a new thing that I think is fundamentally a deleterious and harmful way of looking at media and entertainment.
Different backgrounds coming together in order to face a common enemy, being Sauron.
But doesn't
seeing the casting decisions.
But they're all based on white people in the UK, in the British Isles.
It's really, really exciting to see.
Would someone please tell this board to stop talking like this because it's making me want to punch him so fucking badly.
I know, it's totally affected.
It's so much to like me personally because it's getting that representation in Middle Earth. Young kids.
That means you're an asshole and an idiot.
You have an issue if you can't relate to someone who doesn't look like you. I think you've got a problem.
See that on screen, and it's just gonna be really nice for them to be like, oh hey, there's someone that looks just like me.
Right.
Being like an elf and a dwarf and.
If you can't, again, if you can't develop empathy, if you can't develop empathy for someone who doesn't look like you, one, you are actually a racist, okay? Like, I know that Spoon said Spoon, would you call yourself a racist? Because you said some fucked up shit earlier, that I did not agree with.
I don't call myself a racist, I call myself a realist.
There you go. Oh, so a race realist, that's even worse. Just kidding, but...
I'll say fuck you.
I know, we're joking around a little bit, but like, I'm sorry, I think that's racist. I think that's racist. If you can only identify with somebody who looks like you, fuck off. Kingdom of Vinland, Spock's actor was Jewish. Leonard Nimoy is actually where he came up with the, Div Torres Musma, the Vulcan salute, is something that's actually a Jewish tradition. He saw the rabbi doing that hand motion one time when he was a kid, and he thought it was cool, so he's the one who came up with it. Rat King, I can't speak Klingon.
Future of the Rings of Power and seeing like much more diversity being included as well.
It's going to be inspiring, right, for the next generation.
Definitely.
What about you, Shana?
In the original film series, which I absolutely adored, but there are not many women in it, and the three women...
Because there's not many women in the book! And did you see what they did? Did you see how they massacred my girl Galadriel? Ugh. Did you actually see it? We watched the trailer. I didn't even realize it was supposed to be Galadriel, though, at the time. They put her in a bunch of armor and have her running around and fighting with stuff, and it's supposed to be... The explanation that I read about it was that this is back when Galadriel was young and fiery. She was like 4,000 years old at the time. Yeah, a very different era. Like, okay. Oh, it's such, like, that's a pathetic excuse. Okay. By the way, Galadriel is an important character in The Lord of the Rings. They added those, the female characters to The Hobbit, and I wasn't really fond of that, but it didn't really matter. Well, some of it was really lame. The romance I couldn't stand. I can't believe they put that shit in.
Women who are in it never speak to one another.
My Bechdel test.
It will be so cool to
They
Also, can I just make a point about this? And just I'm gonna yell the following line, so bear in mind it's gonna be loud.
Don't hurt my ears too much, please, Spoon. You already did that the other day.
It's not gonna be that bad.
Okay.
But the reason for that
everyone
is...
prepare yourselves.
Yeah, the reason is because, as the line in the film goes, war is the province of men! That is why there's no fucking woman in it, you stupid bitch! Fucking hell! Oh my god, there's a lot of, like, nice and shining armor. Why is there no women? Because it's about fucking warfare!
Yeah.
Jesus Christ!
I mean, you wouldn't... Like, of course, the idea now is like, well, women can fight too. No. There is a reason why women don't fight. There's a reason why we don't... we don't conscript women. Why there's no, Why is the word escaping me?
Fuck's sake.
Why you don't, there's no draft for women. Because, one, women are less physically strong, okay, obviously. And two, women are supposed to raise children and have children. You know, you need women to be protected in society. They're not supposed to be the ones that are supposed to go out and fight for it. That's the role of men in our sexual dichotomy. That's just not where women are fit into it. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't like
There's nothing
I don't
wrong
like
with that.
having women around in society because just fuck off. Just stop putting your fucking heads in places where it's only men.
I love you too, but
I hate this. Just, no, you're fine. But there's many of these other bitches just like, I don't give a fuck what a woman has to say about certain issues. Like, that's just how I feel. And it's like things like sports and warfare, fuck off. Take your vagina and get the fuck out.
Yeah, I know you had a.
I don't care for your opinion.
You have a real hardcore take on the sports thing.
Oh god, don't get me started.
Riley Robo, that's what pregnant flight suits are for. Only in the current year would such a thing exist. Oh well.
Be able to see more female representation,
cares?
to maybe see them actually interact with one.
Here, that's another thing. It's the same fucking thing, by the way. Okay, like I don't need someone in a film or a comic book or whatever to be a woman for me to be able to empathize with that character. There is, you know, I don't need. It wouldn't like be better if Sam and Frodo had been two female hobbits for me to like them as characters. Like that's this is again, it's so narcissistic. You and
They would never have gotten there if it was too female.
no
That'd have
shit.
been
They would have just argued and
murderous.
bitched at each. They would have gotten as far as the pony bitch with each other and then gone home.
They wouldn't have left the Shire.
They wouldn't have left the Shire. Exactly. They would have just gotten in some little argument and then not talked to each other for 60 years. Some shit like that.
One another.
Oh, I love how you can just wear anything. That kind of shit.
I'm very excited to see it.
What about you, Kels?
It just makes me so excited for the next generation because, like, as you said, like, growing up, like, I was still excited about being an elf or a hobbit and joining in with it, even though I wasn't represented.
If it was females, Frodo would have drowned, Sam would have taken the ring and fucked off.
Oh, also, wait a minute, I saw this in the chat. Real quick, I wanted to address this. Somebody said something about, Snake from Metal Gear Solid, being pregnant. Oh yeah, that's what, and jumping out of the plane.
What?
As a joke, from Metal Gear Solid. But the thing is that actually, the boss, his mentor, in a game that came out in, when did Metal Gear Solid 3 come out? So when did we get this background story? 2003?
Way to ruin my childhood.
What? But no. The backstory of the boss is that she was pregnant and fighting during World War II and had to cut open her own stomach on the battlefield to give birth to Ocelot, which is fucking based. But it's only because it's Metal Gear that I accept something like that, and because the boss is the most amazing, is the one female character who I will accept being that way, like just being an absolute fucking boss. Anyway, random Metal Gear aside.
Represented, like, either like my disability or my queerness wasn't represented. Which
Oh,
makes me so happy.
oh, that's why she's here. I did forget that. That's why she's here. Oh, what's her disability, Spoon? Depression?
She's female?
Nah, I bet she's got some fake. I mean, I don't know. I want to be rude, but I'm sure she's got some weird fake bullshit disability. And of course, queerness. That's why she's here.
It makes my heart warm. Like, gonna be seeing younger people.
Literally.
The Rings of Power is the reason why the four of us are sitting here today.
Literally.
Yeah.
And it's like, we
Literally.
probably wouldn't have if the series wasn't being made.
Like you said, it
Yeah.
really is a true, like.
No, you're only here because they're paying you to be here.
Fellowship.
Yeah, duh.
guys.
So from the teaser trailer, what intrigued you the most?
Rings happening or like being
What?
formed.
In the lore, like
Rings happening. These people they're barely able.
Idiots?
Yeah, I really fear for the Zoomers. I really fear for the Zoomers. If the best way you can describe what happened that interested you was rings happening.
Spectrum.
Oh, Cladix, does she have a glass eye? Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, then I feel bad then. I said I didn't know, but it was a guess.
Sauron basically like helps forge the rings.
She has a glass eye?
They start making,
Cladix
like,
in the chat
some
said.
initial rings that like don't have much much power. So, but
The way
yeah.
you describe it sounds like Sauron's in like a ring store. Like, can I try that one? I'm a size. Oh,
It's not funny. You're not funny.
Doesn't fit. For me as well, like the one thing that I spotted from the trailer was just like how expansive of a look we're gonna get towards like the second age. It's been not previously like very much touched upon, and so I'm very excited to see how
There's not been very much touch upon because not a lot happens. One sec.
I can hear that.
Sorry. Well,
Also, this is just my perspective. No one in that fucking series should have pompadour fucking hair that looks like Trudeau.
oh, I
Like,
know.
you all have long fucking hair. That is like that was the main thing in the entire fucking series. Everyone had long, like, fuck off Viking hair.
Yeah. That's
They
a
don't
good
have
question.
fucking moose.
Hang on, that's a good question, Furious Dan in the chat. Why do leftists always immediately love horribly oppressive, murderous villains? They have daddy issues, and they literally get off to the idea of being oppressed. That's why they talk about it all the goddamn time. They
Because
love.
they're envious of them.
What was it, Bill? He said they keep electing them for a reason.
That's a good
Always
point,
like-
actually.
Yeah.
video.
Oh god, that's actually fucking true.
Right, isn't it? They want Daddy Tyrant to subjugate them a little bit. It's all comes back to daddy issues. So much of the stuff on the left is daddy issues. It really is deep daddy issue stuff. Like
They don't want
every
freedom,
time.
they want a strong man to abuse them.
It kind of seems that way, right?
I mean, this
that's-
would
We're being reductive and
would
simplistic psychologically, but
it would explain why women keep going like fucking strong men. What was it? Jordan
course.
Peterson said that like what is it these women crave? Like
A
strong
man,
subjugation
yes.
of men. Yes.
because historically, evolutionarily, that's what keeps you safe. You know.
Yeah. Hell, I can't stop sleeping with Trump supporters and everything.
I know, right, exactly. Because you like patriarchy and you like masculinity because you were evolutionarily designed to be like that.
You love
Yes.
it.
Watching the trailer and
Oh my god, there's a guy who's a misogynistic asshole. Why am I turned on? Yeah, I wonder why.
trying to work out, right, where are we here? The locations and the sets, it's all very exciting. So just trying to theorize what we're going to see in the series, because there's still so much.
I don't get
Still
the
so much we
feeling that
don't
any of these
know.
people know or
Actually, I
care
don't know
anything
why they were
about
fight-
the Lord of the
why they
Rings.
were
Do you?
fighting. Who's fighting? Why are they
Well, considering the main thing they said, it's just, oh look, this is someone who looks like me. Like, fuck off.
Yeah. All they care about we've heard about so far is diversity. That's all we've really heard about so far.
fighting?
Literally.
You can't subject me. You can't subject me to this stuff
Mhm.
and expect me not to yell the F word.
Spoon.
This is torturing me.
I know. Do you want to keep watching it? We should give them a chance to see if there's anything else they like about it, or they're excited for besides diversity. There's 7 more minutes of this.
Okay,
Well, everyone
fine.
else who I've seen react to this stops after that part, basically after what we've already heard. So maybe it'll just be boring. If it's boring, we can just get over it and talk over them if they're not saying anything of interest. Let's go.
Hey, what's going on?
I mean, it's not made worth without it.
I mean, there's nothing they could say of interest, but
all right,
it's
let's talk main
possible.
characters. Give me your theories of who you might have seen in the teaser trailer.
Stop with the fucking hand movements like you're in a rap video, you twat.
Teaser trailer.
It gets fucking
Seen
cringe.
a lot of talking about my girl Galadriel.
Yeah, I love Galadriel.
That part in the trailer.
Oh god, it's just
the worst. Which
Stop.
looks terrible.
Stop doing
this
this.
part looks so bad. This knife in the cliff thing, it looks awful.
When she come round waterfall with the knife and like.
Yes.
I'm already obsessed.
And
I'm already
Yeah.
obsessed with
The way we've seen her in
Oh,
the
she does have a
movies,
glass
she's
eye.
been very like flowy with her.
Yeah.
Serene. She's not doing.
by the way, no person who was in that kind of environment would have that kind of a like half-assed glazed look on their face.
Yeah, well, I mean,
No fucking way. Now.
why do you need Galadriel, who is an extremely powerful figure? Why does she
climbing
need
up a
to
mountain?
jump around and have armor and fight in these big battles? That's not why Galadriel is powerful. Why can't you understand that in the context of the
Because
Lord
women
of the
need to look
Rings-
like men, Aiden.
But she's an incredibly
So girl
important
power
and
shite.
powerful figure in the story.
Yeah, but they don't give a shit.
Maybe like just why can't you just let it be? Why can't it be that a woman can be a powerful figure in her own right and it not have to do with engaging in masculine behaviors? First of all,
Because femininity is not powerful. Masculinity is powerful. That's why.
well, powerful in terms of being a leader or a matriarchal sort of figure to the elves and helping out the fellowship.
No, that's patriarchy.
I mean, it is patriarchy ultimately, because she's just assisting the fellowship, right? She's not going along with them. She's not joining the party. Right. Well, yeah, but she's not gonna join the party. But
bringing it back to monarchy.
We gotta always do over here at Broken Crown, don't we? That's right. That's not. But it's not her place. That's not her place as the.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
March, and this time she's like full on.
Because we are so far in the past, and I'm so excited to just see this younger version of her. And there's so much.
Who knows, man? She would have went to.
But this is all made up. Like this shit's not in any of Tolkien's writings. You just made this crap up. You're making this crap up.
Like, Galadriel, you're in detention. No magic in the class.
I mean, I want her dagger. It looks
very cool.
stunning and beautiful.
Oh, it looked
and I
real
love
bad.
Looked real bad.
It did stun me about how bad it looked. You're right. So in that way, it was
I'm
stunning.
excited to see like this kind of younger and maybe more inexperienced Galadriel and just see.
I know, very much
how
younger.
like
She's
how we see
4,000
through
or
the rings of
5,000
power,
years
like
old.
How the
You ding
experiences
dong.
will shape her.
I want to know whose the hand was at the end.
Yeah, that was
Hobbit.
interesting.
I don't
'Cause
care.
It was a little hand. I think that was a
The
hobbit.
Hobbit.
Yeah.
I am all about hobbits, as you can tell. So.
I wonder any theories on who the hobbit might be, if it is a hobbit. Is it a young Smeagol?
Maybe like some ancestor of the Baggins or something.
Always those Bagginses getting into trouble.
It can't
She's
have.
never left the Shire.
I disagree.
It can't have
We
been
wouldn't have-
Smeagol if it's the second age. You. I don't know. I mean, maybe, I guess, maybe. Smeagol finds the ring something like 200 years after it gets cut off Sauron's finger. So I don't think so, and maybe you shouldn't be talking shit then. Like, who even cares? Since they have so little to work with this shitty teaser trailer, they have to talk about things that don't fucking matter. Who's the little hand?
Have a whole thing if they didn't leave.
That's true.
True.
That's very true.
I just love the fact that we're touching upon the second age of Middle Earth because it's really one of the times where a lot of like the underlaying kind of plot threads of the Lord of the Rings comes into things, and so we get to see like the rings. Hopefully, we'll see the rings of power being forged.
Yes.
There's only two. Okay, I already went over it. There's two main things that happen in the second age that are big scale things. I would guess why it's called Rings of Power is Sauron making the rings, giving them to the elves, then the elves finding out what he was doing, going to war with him. But then there's like 1,000 years in between that happening, or there's like 600 years between that happening, and Sauron actually being defeated. So you're gonna have to do some time skipping, I guess.
We get to see Sauron potentially.
That's the thing, 'cause in the original Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, we saw Sauron battling, the armies, and Isildur cut his finger off. But that was like so brief, and you don't really get to see Sauron in his prime.
Which is what's so exciting about this, because we get to see him being very like deceitful, hopefully, because during this era he does. do a lot of,
Unfortunately
like,
for you,
corruption
homie,
and-
all that really fun stuff is in the first age. All of that really fun stuff, they don't have the rights to.
Manipulation.
We love our origin story, like gatekeep, go boss. I love that we're going so far back, especially. I think
why don't you go all the way
there's
back then?
something very cool with prequels in the way that they can make you.
You know what would be cool is if you really did first age stuff. I mean, but I'd want it to be done right, and you go all the way back to the creation of the universe, because the creation method in Tolkien's mythos is fascinating, and how he created the Einar and Valnar, and the whole idea of singing existence or singing the world into existence. I find is a really poetic sort of metaphor, but you can't do it because you spent $250 million on fucking nothing.
Love the things you already love even more.
Einar and
So
Valnar.
the fact that we're going to be seeing things that are potentially going to make us love the Hobbit films and the Lord of the Rings films, and potentially the books as well.
So last night we had our own little Middle-earth experience.
We did.
We did.
That's what I was talking
How
about.
did
Do
it
they actually show
feel?
you?
Like, it was such a good time.
I don't really care.
That was it. That Gandalf and
Aiden,
Sauron
look at
probably
Discord.
couple-
Are you?
Yo, this tune is banging.
I feel like a giant kid again.
God damn.
Like, if
Jesus
childhood
Christ.
me could see this moment in my life,
true.
it would be like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It is
wow,
crazy.
you made it to Middle Earth.
And, like walking through the.
Oh, this is what I was
firing,
talking
it
about. I
so
don't care about
cool.
this, but I think we're done because this is it. That's all they talked about. They took. Okay, so this footage right here is important because this footage that they're saying is what happened to them. So they put them in here, but they use this footage. They're clearly all in the same room of everybody. So they got them all creator screening. Where's Majorca? Majorca. Oh, Spain.
Mallorca.
Yeah. Majorca. I got my American accent on there for a second. Where's this Majorca place? So they brought them all here. All the people, not just these little, you know, whatevers. But I guess that's where they filmed all this stuff, was in Majorca, and then they released it, all these things on the different on all the different Amazon channels. Is there anything else useful in this, or should we just wait for that other
I
stuff?
just felt like a giant kid again.
No, they just talk about them taking them out there.
Still
and
our
showing them this
giant
shit.
kid.
Well, yeah. I will. Let's see if this one is worse. I'm not gonna actually go over any of the rest of these, but I just want to point out to the chat so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Is that they filmed this all in the same fucking studio. Here, this is the one you can maybe understand. At least these two girls, like, they're big hipsters, but they didn't find any brown people to shove in there. They just found hipsters, right?
Good.
They not find any brown people in the Netherlands.
Good.
Be able to find a couple. It's the same shit though, and
The
I don't know.
Netherlands is a good place of white people.
Yeah, can you understand any of this though? Like, how good is your Dutch actually?
Well, let me hear it, because right now I can't hear anything.
Well,
Een of andere vergaderzaal kwamen.
Nou, inderdaad. Het voelde net alsof je zelf in de serie zat
Dat is
misschien.
gewoon even 100.000 jaar terug in de tijd.
Ja. Hey, en de video experience.
Ja, wij hebben denk
Oh,
ik
ja,
met een
dat-
groep van hoeveel, echt,
Oh, she
echt
said-
best
she
wel
told-
een
she said she
selectief
spoke at one
groepje
point
midden in
in
dat.
English, which I picked up on.
Well, it said, ja, wel, je bent met een selectief groepje midden in dat kasteel. Kasteel is castle.
Okay, so you got one word in the middle
A select,
of the castle. Yeah.
se- select groepje midden is the select
Something.
group in the middle.
Yeah. I don't think we
Yeah,
let's not do a language lesson,
Yeah.
because even I've told you before that the one thing with Dutch is that it's so close to English. But I just wanted to show you like a little bit what the people look like.
No
and
one at
from-
least dressed the fucking part.
Yeah. She's pretty. But I think that what you'll notice with all of them, at least a couple that I was going to pull up here, is that they all kind of have a same. They're like all young, hipstery looking people, all millennials or Zoomers. Here's Spain, and look at what we have here playing
God,
the little
why?
ocarina or whatever. We have a man with a side cut in a skirt. Oh, it's terrible. Oh.
Sí, yo creo que sí.
Es Hobbit.
Es Hobbit, sí, pienso. Esto me
But
parece
it's not-
esto es lo mejor. Y esto te
But it's the
posicionamos en la
same kind of people over and
Ella,
over.
voy a mandar,
ella
es ella.
es
I listened to some of this. My Spanish fucking sucks now. I haven't spoken Spanish since high school. But isn't it weird? It's all the same kind of people, like who look. It's a specific look. It's a specific. This guy actually looks kind of normal, but I don't know. The one talking, it looks like, oh my god, he looks like my ex-boyfriend from a long time ago. That's unrelated. Like, and then this is what I find really funny. So out of all of those, then we find this, which this is what France did. They just put one guy. They could only find one dude. They could only find one dude, and they put him on a little chair and have him just talk to the camera. This is embarrassing, isn't it?
It's probably the most sane one of the lot.
I guess so. Well, he looks like he looks like a normal guy. Like, nothing about him looks weird. But it is just kind of like, could you like not find any millennials or Zoomers who give a shit about this? Like, you can't find anybody who care? Apparently not. This one's just it feels kind of cucked.
It's because
Do
they're
you
all
know what I
too
mean?
busy burning churches.
Anywho, that is the end, which took us way too long to get through. Oh, the Lord of the Rings cuckening stuff. Do you have any final sort of statements on how? Oh, I did have move into the next thing, because I think next we can either talk about how COVID is a mental illness, and how the narrative has switched, or we could talk about Trudy's totalitarian state. And I think I want to talk about. I think I want to talk about Trudy's totalitarian state because this shit has been so much cringe. This reveal of this dumb new show that I'm somewhat convinced that it caused Trudeau to have a meltdown because it gave him flashbacks to the last time that he saw two midgets destroy a ring.
Or in a tunic.
I'm sure that again, I'm absolutely positive that Trudeau has a lot of experience with watching midgets destroy a ring, but probably in his mother's bedroom and not in.
No, I don't know where you're going with this. That is making me uncomfortable. That's a weird image I have in my head.
Now you can't have. Now it won't escape. Now you gotta deal with it.
Two midgets spit roasting someone.
So I
Kind of related to Trudeau in some way.
Yeah. Did you appreciate that, chat? It was awful, wasn't it? Bill wrote that joke. You're welcome. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna screen share with you to make, because we're gonna watch some things that are in webm form. It'll be easier if I do it this way. Also.
Oh god.
Yeah, well. Wasn't the right thing. Okay. Whoops.
Even the chat is saying they're scared. What the hell are you on about?
Oh, you didn't get the meme. Because his mother was a whore. Destroy your ring. Do you get it?
Yeah, no, we got that bit.
Oh, never mind.
It's more like, why did you pull it out of nowhere?
Oh, because it was a
Much
pre-written.
like the midgets.
Because we're about to talk about Trudeau, and it was a pre-written joke, and it was supposed to be a segue. That's why I tried my best. Look, I'm a woman. I'm not funny. I'm trying it. Okay, so again, let's start this out a little bit more positively.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna screen share with you, so we'll be watching the same thing. It should be fun to do this. It might fuck up my connection. We'll see how it works, because I can't do this otherwise. Alright, let's,
Off-season.
Huh?
Like Santa in his off-season.
It does, but let's see what happens here.
Are you concerned at all about your bank account?
No. There's nothing in it.
I just liked that. I wanted to share it because it made me giggle. Bill read a great joke and Aiden ruined it. Typical. Yeah, that is typical. God damn it. I tried my best.
You kind of need Bill's burly voice.
I know.
It doesn't help, yes.
So, of course, if people were not aware, the bank accounts of the truckers are being frozen. It's not going great up in Canada. But I do have... Because, I mean, people's lives are going to get destroyed over this. We'll go into in more detail, but the TLDR is that people are made so that they can't access their own money. So that 100 truckers have been arrested, and considering the Emergency Powers Act that's been now put into place, and that they're saying they want to make permanent, it seems to me that they can just be held for forever, much like the January 6th protesters, indefinitely, with all of their human rights. Who cares? Because it's a dictatorship now.
These protests being harassed, screamed at, as you can hear. This is the one thing, Yasmin, that unites these groups that have been protesting here in Ottawa for the last 3 weeks. Is the way they feel about the media. And they are venting it loudly and often, as you can tell. So we are apologizing.
I love how happy the guy in the background is.
Canada, you may be to see.
Yep.
Damn. Fucking hell, okay.
He's about to cry. He's literally crying.
I've lost the IP.
Fucking sack the goddamn shit.
The guy's thumbs up. Funny ears. It's because you know you're a fucking liar. That's why you're crying. That's why.
Thanks, Yasmin. Appreciate it.
I'm from a communist country. I don't want to live with.
There's some woman to be like,
I want to know what that woman was saying.
She said, "I'm from a communist country. I don't want." She had an accent. I'm from a communist.
No, I want to know what the rest of what she was saying.
Yeah. Sorry,
She's just saying some based shit.
Sounded like, well, she was probably about to. It sounds like it. Let me, sorry.
Dude, you have to be some demented fucking cock to stand in front of a crowd of people screaming freedom, and you're scared.
He's not scared. That's not why.
That dude's fucking terrified. Face.
I don't actually.
That's not the face of someone who's not fearful. That guy's shitting his pants.
I don't
Look at
think
him.
he's. I don't think he's afraid at all. I think he's upset because they know that what he's saying about them, but he's saying about him is they are saying about him is correct. That he is a liar, and that they don't respect his power anymore. He's crying because they're fighting back against your fucking tyranny, and you can't stand it, you would-be dictator piece of shit.
The one guy in the back was just funny. Just coming to the door. Fucking liars! Like, goddamn, right?
I love that. I know, it's amazing.
Like,
Anyway.
fuck, it's very Irish the way it sounded.
It did sound very Irish.
Fucking lawyers.
Fucking lawyers.
That's very Irish.
Oh, I have one more. I forgot. So, one more little video for us to watch.
If you look at that still shot right there, that guy looks shit scared. Isn't that? What, you
Ottawa's interim police chief had said they're not going to see another.
What the fuck? I hate TikTok. Holy shit, it's so hard. It always wants to autoplay. Okay.
It's Chinese.
Yeah, well, it not just autoplays, but like aggressively, and I don't know how to use it because I'm a fucking millennial. What is happening? Oh. Hang on. I think I told you my keyboard's broken, so sometimes it like fucks up. Sorry about this, guys.
Your keyboard?
It's just old. It's just real old at this point. It's a really old fucking keyboard. Let's see. What's the issue? Let's just make this. God, that's so charming. Thank you so much, Spoon. I love it. Anyway, here's another Canadian news person for CBC NN Live. Who's got another very serious issue to complain about regarding the truckers. This is why, you know, we had to enact this wartime act that gives the Canadian government basically limitless power because, well, let's hear what she has to say.
Weekend like we have in the past with bouncy castles down here.
Oh no, bouncy castle.
Just a block
and a hot tub.
Parliament Hill and the roads the promise was something would look
fucking
Chad. This weekend.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly does, but I don't think this is something that
Lies.
residents are happy with either. We know that Ottawa's police's emergency line and 911 has been flooded with calls from the public saying that they're upset with the police, how police are handling this matter.
Yeah,
so much so that
sorry
Ottawa
about that
police
bouncy
tonight,
castle.
Please stop calling us. We need those lines for actual emergencies.
All right, that's
Ottawa's,
it.
interim
Oh
police
my
chief
god,
said-
TikTok is the worst app on the. It's just insufferable.
You don't just find this ridiculous that this woman is saying that there's this terrible violence and crap going on, and there's people behind her not doing shit. They're just standing fucking talking.
Oh, did my voice
Like,
get
what
all
you're trying to
fucking-
sell doesn't even make any sense. What, Aiden's voice sounds funny? Your voice sounds fine on my end.
I don't know what happened, guys. OBS just had a fucking issue. One sec. Go ahead, say something, Spoon.
Yay.
Alright. Well,
There we go.
what is going on? Hang on, OBS is having a fucking
That's
thing.
it.
What?
About to ascend. What the hell?
I
have
guess
no
that
idea
on my
what's going on.
audio doubled. I have no idea how or why. I don't even know if people can hear me now.
That's fixed, apparently.
Okay. Well, now my spectralizer's fucked. This is really weird. I have no idea why that happened.
You're good now.
Yeah, I guess so.
You go on.
Oh, my spectralizer's all messed up. Hang on, can you entertain chat for just a second while I try to fix all the fucking issues that have all of us, because OBS just had a fucking shit fit or something?
Get an echo, you're good now.
No, OBS is like crashing multiple levels. I have no idea how to fix it either.
But you're good now.
Okay, alright. That's... I'm just a little worried.
You may continue.
I know, I just don't know. I don't know what happened and I don't know how to fix it. So, whatever. Let's get back to Canada.
It's not when you open the TikTok video. Damn Chinese spyware.
I swear to God, it's because of TikTok. It has to have been, right? God damn it, I fucking
This is why
hate
you don't
TikTok.
go on TikTok.
I guess so. I opened a TikTok video and it screws up my entire OBS setup. Fucking A. Great. Thanks. I love it. Oh, I have one more video actually about this, which was about the,
My last video asked for proof of a Nazi flag.
This is also BitChute autoplays. I don't like websites that autoplay videos. But, guess YouTube does, but anyway. So do one last one. This was,
Are you more quiet?
Am I? I don't know how to fix anything anymore.
Yeah. Crank up your volume.
What the like, everything is weird now. OBS turned on a bunch of things, and I don't really know what happened, and I don't know how to fix it. I really think it probably was trying to play a video from fucking TikTok. Anyway, my spectralizer's fucked. Oh well. Let's, I got this video, though, which is... So we all saw one of the things was that allegedly happened. Was that there was, like, a Nazi flag, or excuse me, I am quoting the president and the leader of the free world, Joe Biden. I'm really quiet now?
You mean Trump?
No, Joe Biden.
That guy's not the president, you know that, right?
How did I... Oh my... I swear to God, fucking TikTok fucked up my whole fucking setup. Alright, anyway, so... As Joe Biden would call it, a Nazi fag, right? Remember? People going around with their Nazi fags. Well, there was a complaint... Oh, do you remember? He like misspoke. He said Nazi flags, but he went Nazi fags, and he went and just kind of, because he realized immediately that he fucked up. It's in that moment he knew he fucked up. But there was a report of this. So here's this guy who was present at the protest and his response.
My last video asked for proof of a Nazi flag at the convoy, and you guys sent me this clip.
I was here the first day of Ground Zero. I actually spoke on stage. I actually saw the guy with a swastika flag.
So it was a real thing?
It was a real thing, but this is what they didn't tell you. He was going around with the flag saying, "Is this what you want for our country?
Really?
This is what Trudeau is going to turn our flag into if we allow this draconian fascism to continue. Is this what you want the Maple Leaf to be replaced by? This is what we're heading to, people." And he was speaking with a European accent. So I'm thinking that he came from a country that knows about fascism.
So did you hear that?
Yeah.
So that guy is claiming that, I mean, I don't, who knows if it's true or not, but his claim is that the person who had the Nazi flag was actually saying that, oh, I found the issue, was saying that, like, is this what you want Canada to represent?
Yeah, that makes sense. I never quite got that, by the way. The people who show up with like a flag and then the entire media loses their fucking mind. Like, they'll see a flag and they go, "Oh my god, there's Nazis." They're like, bitch, just because you fucking see the flag doesn't mean they automatically support the fucking Third Reich.
I know.
Like, fucking hell. They could just be like trolling for one. And considering how fucking ape shit you morons go with just seeing that fucking thing, I can see why it'll be funny.
Right. It's
Basically, me, I find it fucking hilarious when I see a swastika and people just like lose their fucking minds. Like, funny.
But it's it seems interesting to me though that it looks like, at least according to this guy, and who knows if he's correct or not, but according to this guy, that the people who were waving the Nazi, to quote Biden, Nazi fag, were people who were critical of Nazis, right? They weren't Nazis themselves. Yes. At least according to him. God damn, I got
like
that fixed.
When they show up wearing an SS uniform, then I'll take them seriously. Until then, the flag to me doesn't mean fuck all.
Yeah, exactly.
And even with the uniforms, they might just like them because the uniforms are fucking based.
I mean, Hugo Boss did have a bit of a boss sense of fashion.
Yeah, like if there's one thing you can say, if there's one thing that you can say about the Nazis out in the open, is they had cool fucking uniforms, because they did.
They did. That's undeniable.
Yes.
So here's the real issue, the real story. I'm sorry we spent so long on the
Lord of the Fags.
Yeah, there, you just said it. It's fine. We spent so long on it, but it's so
yay
awful. I wanted to look just a little bit of it because it was really, really bad, and I hated it. Thanks, I hate it.
A lot of gayness.
So here is...
Well, you fucking made me watch it.
Yeah, I did. You're welcome.
No,
So
fuck you.
Here's what's going on in the last week, guys. Which is from the National Post. Ottawa, the House of Commons on Monday night approved the extraordinary and temporary measures in the Emergencies Act, which is hilarious because they basically just were like, we're going to give ourselves these powers, and then we're going to vote on whether or not we should be allowed to have these powers. And what was the word that Trudeau used to describe the vote? Oh, it was for confidence. So it was basically to say like, oh yeah, well, we technically really shouldn't be able to do this, but we're going to show you that we're doing it democratically because we're going to vote on it. So that should make you have confidence in the Canadian government.
Democratic procedure.
Because we voted on it.
Mm.
The motion...
You see, this is why you and I are against voting, because this
Yes.
whole thing of, oh look, like if it's democratically decided, therefore it's somehow moral. Like, fuck off. No, it isn't. That's bullshit.
Yep. Oh, let me turn off my screen share because we shouldn't. Do you like the screen share being on or not? It's actually a good question.
Yeah.
It's actually probably better, so that way you can see.
It doesn't drain your resources, and you're pretty much good.
As long as it's
tie
not...
them up. Sorry.
Right. As long as it's okay, we're not
Drains maybe a better word.
anymore. I mean, I've told you guys why there's internet issues on my side. We got to get it set up probably because Spoon apparently has great internet, but
yes, I do.
I do not have the best. And there's no option. Like you don't have any choices over here. Like this is you either get this internet or you don't have internet. The end. The motion to confirm the declaration of emergency passed 185 to 151, with the New Democrats voting in favor alongside the minority Liberal government. The Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois opposed it. The vote to approve the measures will keep them in place till mid-March at the latest, and the Senate must also vote on the government's request. At any point...
Sorry, like at the latest, yeah, where have we heard that before?
Well, we're gonna look into it.
At
any point, the Senate, House, or government could pull support, and extraordinary powers stemming from emergencies law could be torn up. They're also, should we just get it now? No, or should we finish reading it? They're not going to give up these powers, ever. They've already made that really, really clear. They have absolutely zero intention to give up any of these powers whatsoever. And,
government give up powers? What are you, fucking crazy?
I know.
Sorry, Dev, but that's not going to happen.
I know Dev. Dev is really mad about this. I know he is, and with good cause, because he's a Canadian. He's obviously disgusted with what Trudeau's done. But he and I spoke before, and again, this is not to talk about Dev. Dev's a good friend. But he told me before about the COVID. We were talking about the COVID mandate stuff, and he says, "Oh, the government, when it's not necessary anymore, the government will give the powers to the people back." And I was like, I don't think so. And when we look now at what they're directly saying, that's not what they're saying. Speaking to
You're
report,
naive if you believe that.
I don't think it's naive. I think it's positive,
Hopeless optimism.
positive thinking. But I'm a little black-pilled, okay? Speaking to reporters on Monday before the vote, Trudeau made it clear that there are still protesters and truckers awaiting an opportunity to come back to Ottawa, some of which are in the towns of Arnprior and Embrun, respectively, 70 and 45 kilometers away from Ottawa. Is anything else important in this? Trudeau, who invoked the act last week, stressed his government does want to keep it in place. Does not want to keep it in place a single day longer than necessary. That's cool. I can't keep going. Sorry, I can't keep reading this article without actually showing what they actually fucking have said. Because why? You always lying. Here we go.
In terms of the financial instruments which our government is using right now to act against these illegal blockades and illegal occupation, we reviewed very, very carefully the tools at the disposal of the federal government. And we used all the tools that we had prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and we determined that we needed some additional tools.
Oh, yeah.
Now, some of those tools, we will be putting forward measures to put those tools permanently in place.
What
the
was
authorities of FinTrack, I believe, do need to be expanded to cover.
Excuse me, what was that, Spoon? Did you hear what she said there?
Yes.
What did Trudeau say over here? He said, "Oh, they don't want to keep it in place a single day longer than necessary." What sounds like necessary? 1 day longer than necessary is forever.
Yeah, but it's a woman. You also can't believe her. They lie a lot.
based. Let's see.
Crowdsourcing platforms and payment platform and their payment providers.
Yeah, we're just stealing their money.
So that is something that we need to do and we will do, and that needs to be in place permanently.
Permanently. Permanent ability to shut down your ability to access your own money from your own bank. And what do you think, does the bank get to keep that money, or does that go to the Canadian government? You tyrannical bitch.
Some of these other
Damn, that was
tools,
out of nowhere.
like the sharing of information between law enforcement and financial services, and the requirement of financial services to be reviewing their accounts proactively, and the immunity from prosecution that we have provided to them in doing this. These are extraordinary measures.
Yeah, so basically the banks can do whatever the hell they want. The Canadian government has said, yeah, do whatever the hell you want. We don't care. You have immunity to steal people's money and lock them down. This collaboration, by the way, Spoon, what would you call it when private institutions like banks act at the behest of the government, and they act in a concerted effort to stifle the rights and freedoms of people? Is there a word for that? That kind of system of government?
Fascism, by any
I
chance?
think it sounds about right. It sounds a little bit like fascism to me.
Measures that we absolutely believe are necessary in the current circumstances that are having an impact. And let me also point out, having a peaceful impact. And
peacefully ruining people's lives. Peacefully ruining people's lives. Peacefully, indefinitely imprisoning 100 people.
the other aspect of the financial tools that I would point to as being really effective and important is being clear that insurance on trucks that participate in these illegal occupations and blockades will be suspended. So we didn't have those tools. I don't believe that those tools should be part of the toolbox of a government in ordinary times, but they are necessary in these extraordinary circumstances, and they are having
extraordinary circumstances.
Yeah,
you a bunch of truckers blocking a fucking road for some medicine that does fuck all. The entire world is open up. You are the only fucking dweeb still stuck in this fucking mentality, you stupid bitch.
Fucking precisely, dude. Precisely. While you're saying these are extraordinary times and extraordinary circumstances, I don't know. Well, what just happened, over here in the UK? In the UK, what just happened? Oh, we just,
Oh yeah, everything is open up and back to normal.
Let's look at
And
that.
are they dying? Are they flopping like fucking fish? No. So this is just you being a tyrannical, power-hungry little cunt.
Where am I?
I fucking said it. Fuck that bitch.
Yeah, you did. But that's fine. The thing that's ridiculous though is that like everyone, the UK has opened up. Now I also have a thing on here about this. I think
even fucking Scotland has opened up.
Scotland is about to open up. The UK, yeah. Let's look at the specific thing on the information on the UK and Scotland. Scotland is not opened up yet, but it starts I think on March 1st. We have this up. Okay. Yep. February 21st, from February 24th, people with COVID will no longer be legally required to self-isolate. You don't even have to do that. Guidance will remain in place for those who test positive to stay at home. It's a guidance. It's a request. Self-isolation support payments on £500 for those of low incomes will no longer be available. So they're not going to pay you to do it. Routine contact tracing will end. People in contact with someone with COVID will no longer be advised to self-isolate or take daily tests.
Thank God.
From April 1st, COVID tests will no longer be free. They're done. The use of COVID passports will no longer be recommended, except for international travel. Employers will no longer have to, and that's only for international travel. It's already been shut down. This is why we can go to the event. I will be at Nomos in Birmingham for a Scrumps event on March 28th, I think is the correct date, if I recall correctly. Nomos Birmingham. I talked about it the other day. If you would like to come see me at an event in Birmingham, I will. Did I post it last week? I don't recall, Spoon. The Nomos. I'll post it in the chat.
I don't even know where I am right now.
Who does, honestly, at this point? Speaking of international travel, though, because it seems like a decent place to put it. If you would like to come see me and hang out, I will be at this event. We'll be to give a talk. There's not a lot of tickets. It's a very small sort of event. That I can't say who all will be there, but there will be some people that you guys know outside of myself. I'll put it that way, right?
It totally ruined this moment for you and tell who it is, but I won't.
No, it's not announced. Literally, don't do it.
Oh, is it? Okay.
No, it's not been announced yet, so don't.
Okay, because I know who they are.
Yeah, because I've told you, because I'm trying to convince you to go, you ding dong.
Rude.
Hang on, I'm trying to fix this a little bit. What?
You know me, ding dong.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was really rude, wasn't it?
Isn't that kind of an American sweet?
Yeah, it's like a ice cream.
Oh, ding dongs.
Yeah. Anyway, what are the rules in Scotland?
I have Soundgarden on and it's putting me in a mood to yell now.
Why do you make yourself angry, Spoon?
No, it's just there's a lot of screaming in the song.
Oh. There you go. A little bit better. I don't know if all the websites are different, which makes it annoying to get them all centered up right.
By the way, someone in the chat said this. You can swear and still get monetized, by the way, because I swear in my videos all the time and I'm monetized. You just can't swear excessively.
Yeah. And Patricia's Fun
Yeah.
Kempen, thanks for bringing that up. You are correct that corporationalism is not necessarily fascist, but it's often a part of fascism. So you are correct. To be more specific, what's happening there is corporationalism. But
yeah,
it is also
but there is
feature of
an
fascism.
inherent interest of the state.
Yeah, and communism, honestly, where you start to make, where you have businesses act out the wishes and orders of the state. They're not independent, which is exactly what the U.S. government has done. Or not the U.S. Bleh, not yet. I'm sure we're almost there. But what the Canadian government has done, excuse me. But in Scotland, from...
You should read a bit of Diary of a Diary of a Superfluous Man.
I've never even heard of it.
Albert J. Nock. Yeah. By Albert J. Nock. Yeah, he was a member of the Third Reich. He's one guy that Michael Malice does not like.
Yeah, I would imagine why.
No, he's there's a video of Michael Malice and Mulbuck talking, and someone asked him which members would you read of the Third Reich of the Old Right. And he says John T. Flynn, and he says Albert J. Nock, and Michael just snaps and just goes, "Oh my God, he's the worst." Like, why does Albert rubs you the wrong way? Like, wow. And so I went like, why does he rub you the wrong way? I just wanted to go get some of his books, and I read a bit of a chapter yesterday, and I thought, I don't know why Michael hates this guy. Seems like a nice guy. So very weird. But yes, Albert J. Nock. John T. Flynn.
Back on the Road to Serfdom, great book. Read Hayek. But what are the rules in Scotland? So yeah, from March 21st, masks will no longer be legally required on public transit or indoor venues. Businesses, places of worship, and service providers will no longer have to follow government guidances on measures to avoid COVID. There will be no requirement for businesses and service providers to keep customer contact details. And that's in Scotland, which has been another country that's become basically a totalitarian nightmare hole over the last 2 years.
And even they're like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore.
Yeah. So okay, in Wales, it's compulsory face coverings.
Again, it's run by women.
Wales won't. Compulsory face coverings in schools, on public transit, and in shops and hospitals. Secondary school pupils are asked to test for COVID 3 times a week? Jesus, what? I'm so upset with my ancestral homeland. What the fuck? Yeah, it is because it's run by a woman, you're right. The rest of the world is opening up, and it's not just the UK. What are you doing?
Fucking shit up.
In Northern Ireland, certificates in nightclubs, mandatory face coverings, track and trace requirements, and the cap on 30 people in private homes are no longer legal requirements. Legal measures have been replaced by guidance such as recommending face masks. You're worse. Like, it's only Wales. It's only Wales that is being cucked on this. That's pathetic. God damn. That's absolutely pathetic.
They're not following the science when there's one people that are doing something and the other ones are doing something completely different.
Well, right.
And not at all related.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems at least odd to me. But it's not just here in the UK. It's going to happen all over the place, as it seems to be, as Hero pulled this up. Iceland to lift...
Back home in South Africa?
I don't know. Iceland to lift all COVID-19 restrictions on Friday. And there's some I brought this one up specifically because there's some interesting stuff in here. At least just in terms of what specifically was said by the Ministry of Health in Iceland. Iceland will lift all remaining COVID restrictions on Friday, including a 200-person indoor gathering limit and restricted opening hours for bars. The Ministry of Health said on Wednesday. Here is the important part that I found very interesting, Spoon. Widespread societal resistance to COVID-19 is the main route out of the epidemic, the ministry said in a statement citing infectious disease authorities. To achieve this, as many To achieve this, as many people as possible need to be infected with the virus, as the vaccines are not enough, even though they provide good protection against serious illness, it added.
Wow, that's really
That's
base.
an admission.
So, like,
That's
herd immunity.
That's an admission. Herd immunity, that was a phrase that you couldn't say.
It's more effective.
That you couldn't say on YouTube a few months ago, could you? All of a sudden, we're hearing about how...
Yeah, you'd get banned.
yeah, that sounds like you're... Bill, are you streaming? Well, maybe I'm not allowed to say that, am I, Susan? Cool. Hello, I'm back. Give me a second. Because I have to reconnect the Discord now. Oh.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Well, maybe I'm not allowed to say that thing then, Spoon, because as soon as I said it... streaming, so I went and yelled at him. Like, I yelled at the thing at him. I was like, oh, are you streaming right now? And I don't think he is. But, like, he hang up the phone, I'm using the internet. Oh well. No, that's the only Wi-Fi with McDonald's. You pay a lot of money for it, and if it goes down, it goes down. There's nothing you can do about it. Which is why I need to get set up for for Spoon to do it. So here's the report. Let's make it worse. Oh, and they cut me out again. Let's see. How's it going? Let's see. I gotta go. Hang on one second. Can you entertain the chat for a minute for me, Spoon, if it's still streaming at all?
Yes, I can.
Okay, one sec. Bill? Bill, I'm serious. Please, whatever you're doing, can you please stop it? The internet, I'm completely kicked off. I can't, it's completely fucked. Are you down with this? Well, I'm completely kicked off again. No, it's going in and out, but it's really fucked. Yeah, sorry. It's just that this is this one time a week where I have to do it. It's this one time. It's okay. It just yeah. Sorry about that. I think Bill was streaming, so that was probably the issue. You can't really do two streams at the same time. Anyway. No, sorry. Oh well. Okay, sorry about that, guys. There was no domestic. I just asked Bill if he doesn't mind turning off his stream. Sorry.
Who the hell watches porn in 4K?
I don't know.
That's not something you want to watch in 4K.
No, not free, Bill. I'll come back. I'll have him come back in here. I didn't do a domestic. I just asked if he doesn't mind pausing his stream for a little bit.
You good?
Yeah, are you alright?
Yes.
Did I do a domestic upon you, Bill?
I have been assaulted.
I have not assaulted you. 2 peanuts are walking down the street, and one of them was assaulted.
Assaulted.
I can't say my usual version of the joke.
I know. Love you. Anywho, back. Sorry, we're back. I think. Maybe. Hopefully the internet's a little bit better. It's all great on my end, but we'll see. Okay. I thought it might. I don't think it was Susan. I think it was actually. It was very funny bit of a serendipitous alignment of how the stream went down as soon as I said that shit. But I will.
I'll do the stream next week.
Yeah, we have to get it set up so Spoon can do it because I don't know. Aiden trying to tell a joke again, but it's an intentionally bad joke. You want to get it set up so Spoon can do it because clearly my internet here, like if I'm because Bill is not, he's not like streaming, he's like on a stream with other people, they're playing Dungeons and Dragons or something, or they're doing that stuff, and clearly the internet's just not good enough to handle 2 people doing that at the same time. Oh well, I'm not actually shocked by that. That is a lot of load on the network. Anyway, considering, again, no options for internet. Okay, let's get back on track, right? This is interesting. Report: CDC has withheld COVID data from Americans to prevent vaccine hesitancy. That's interesting.
Does it not say something weird that so many people are saying, no, you can't use this, you need to go for herd immunity, and then other people are saying, well, why are you promoting vaccine hesitancy? Well, the two seem to be kind of related.
Just a little bit, by the way. I also turned the screen share back on so we can...
I can hear it.
Hmm?
I can hear it.
Hear what?
Yeah.
The screen share? Turn the audio up, just so you can see my screen. Anywho.
I have very good hearing.
Like a bat.
Because I used to live in the jungle.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's like to live in Africa, right?
Yeah, but except the wildlife is racist jokes I want to make now.
The New York Times reported this past weekend that the CDC has chosen not to publish huge amounts of COVID data, instead keeping it secret because it fears that the information would cause, quote, vaccine hesitancy among the American public. The report notes
so you know it's bad.
So it's bad. I mean, why else would you be afraid? Why else would you be so afraid? The report notes that the withheld data includes information on boosters, hospitalizations, wastewaters analysis, as well as critical information on COVID infections and deaths broken down by age, race, and vaccination status. The justification for holding the information back? Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, well, yeah. Well, you see what's up.
That's the interesting bit, that last one.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Is that the catch your ear?
The status is like, yeah.
The justification for holding the information back fears that the data would be misinterpreted and lead to vaccine hesitancy.
Otherwise known as interpreted correctly.
Right. In other words, it didn't fit into the narrative that everyone must get vaccinated
there you go.
boosted no matter what. This is Summit. This is Paul Joseph Watson's outlet, isn't it? I believe.
Of course. Oh, that's why it's based.
Yeah. I think that Summit is PJW. He works with them or something though.
Does he?
Sure. Am I wrong? Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Who calls this shit Summit? I always see that logo with him. Maybe it's not. I always see that logo for Summit News on the ends of his video, so I assumed it was. Oh well. I could be wrong. Anyway.
He's sponsored by them.
Something, yeah. I always see their logo. But that would be why it's based. Just saying, just for transparency, some association with Paul Joseph Watson here, so. The report notes, Christine Nordland, a spokeswoman for the CDC, said the agency has been slow to release the different streams of data because basically, at the end of the day, it's not yet ready for prime time. It means you haven't figured out how to spin it yet, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
She said the agency's priority...
Really, for prime time makes it sound like the information is going to go on like a fucking cheesy, shitty late night show.
Right. She said the agency's priority when gathering any data is to ensure that it's accurate and actionable.
What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, what do you mean by actionable? I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to see. Another reason is fear that the information would be misinterpreted. By that you mean it would be interpreted correctly and the people would understand what the fuck you did.
Oh my god, the plebs can think by themselves.
And they wouldn't be real happy with it, would they?
Yeah, that's the reason why. Again, this is what pisses me off, is because anyone that has fucking common sense, which as it turns out is not that many people, can just read this and go, oh look, these people fucking bullshitted and lied for the last 3 fucking years. And every tinfoil hat wearing psychopath, people like me, went like, oh shit, we were right about literally fucking everything from the fucking get-go. We said, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, and every single step of the way. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Yeah,
the government
well,
is going to do that. Well, yes, they will. Yes, they will. And
Also-
then now it's... Ooh.
Also, all we did was ask basic questions over the last 2 years. And you couldn't even
Why are
ask
you
a basic
doing this?
question. Yeah, why? Just believe. Listen and believe. It's the same fucking goddamn shit of like, I was raped. Do you have any evidence? No, listen and believe. Just trust me. Trust the science. It really
When was
was...
the last time you were raped? 17 years ago.
Well, the thing is, it's
Fucking Kavanaugh.
totally a cult-like mentality, and the left is all like this. Not all the way, but there's a certain portion of the left and their policies that have this exact same, just believe, listen to what we're saying, don't think critically. You remember seeing that article from a while back where it said, like, it was basically, the crux of it was, I think it was from the Times, and it said, here's why thinking critically is bad.
Yes, it was like critical thinking was once the way forward, but now it's too much disinformation.
Right, it's too much disinformation.
Yeah, I remember that. It was literally up on my feed about 2 days ago.
I mentioned it in a video. Here it is. It's the New York Times. It was not the Times. It was the New York Times. And this was back from, when was this? Not that. Same thing.
You know, when someone tells me I need to stop thinking, that's immediately makes me think I'm gonna think more.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, yeah. I've read too many. I've had a little bit too much to think, have I, New York Times? I have to pay them now if I want to read this article again. But the headline
Just use a
was...
different browser.
Let's see if it'll work, yeah. I only have it up because it's set up into the OBS. But,
I use Brave.
I know. Here we go.
Same one I use to read the Spectator from.
No, it's going across. It won't let me do it in Internet Explorer either. But the TLDR is, or just but the headline was, "Don't go down the rabbit hole. Critical thinking, as we're taught to do it, isn't helpful in the fight against misinformation." February 2021. Yeah, don't do your own research, Furious Dan. That's exactly what H3H3 said. Sad Wings Raging was just like, listen and believe, man. Just like, why think about it? Just like, why think about it? I could use a VPN to change my IP, but I don't know if that would work. And with my internet connection being, well, as we all just experienced, as it is, I don't want to screw on by hooking up, by turning on one of my VPNs. By the
How
way,
many do you have, by the way?
you can get 80% off, I think. It's somewhere between, I have to look it up. But if you would like a VPN of your own, the two that I'm currently working with, I'm working with Surfshark VPN, who has been a 4-year-long sponsor of the channel. They are awesome. And I'm working with Atlas VPN, who's also currently a sponsor of mine. And if you type in the word Aiden into either one of those websites, whichever one that you find tickles your fancy a little better, if you don't currently have a VPN, or if you're renewing a VPN license, then use code Aiden to get to get a little bit of a break, either on Surfshark or Atlas VPN. They would never be cool with me combining the ad to show for them both, probably, but they might be. Okay. Because it's up to you. You make your decision for which VPN works best for you, but they have both been amazingly supportive of my channel, so find which one you like. I have...
Are you good now?
Yeah, I've had... Sorry, I've been doing YouTube too long to not have a shill sense. Like, it's just like, I get to shill.
But first, a message from our sponsor.
But first, the CDC has been routinely... I know. Actually, well, if you think about this critically, you should maybe sign up for a VPN. The CDC has been routinely collecting
That's a pretty good impression, actually. That's actually really surprisingly good.
Since the COVID vaccines were first rolled out last year, according to a federal official familiar with the effort, the agency has been reluctant to make those figures public, the official said, because they might be misinterpreted as vaccines being ineffective. No, you mean that the data indicate as much.
That's the actual data.
And you're upset about it. You know that it looks bad.
Can I just ask, who is still buying this?
No. Crazy people.
I know
Actually,
there's a fair few people who still do, but like, dude, it's fucking obvious that it's bullshit. Like, really fucking obvious.
Spoon, I'm glad you asked that question. Because here's who's buying it. It's gonna be our pal over here. Dr. Robert M. Watcher.
Oh god, not this. This is fucking tragic.
This one actually, guys, what we're about to read
Is the
is
ramblings of
so
madman.
yes, this man he's got a serious issue. He's been made insane by COVID, by the COVID narratives. You would
Literally.
now you might think that somebody who is this paranoid
Indeed.
would be, I don't know, yeah, maybe like a philosophy professor or something.
So
No, he's the professor and chair of the Department of Medicine at the University of California, San Francisco.
he's
Now-
in San Francisco. That's why.
Yeah, well, that's probably why.
He's been infected with the gay.
I don't know if you guys are watching or just listening, which is not a very visual show, so I'd imagine you're probably just listening, but here's the headline. I'm a 64-year-old vax doctor. Here's how I calculate my COVID risk at parties. Now you might
That
think,
alone sends me to screaming riot at the party.
you might think, oh, that's a weird headline. Or this is a joke, right? No, it's not a joke. He's completely serious. He's 100% serious about this. One could say he's deadly serious about it. Would you like to take the, reins on this one for me, Spoon? Because
You want to read this?
I hate this, and I read it the other day on another stream, so because it's so bad. So I've already had. I mean, I guess I'm now practiced in it, but this is so bad. It's just so goddamn bad, and I'd like to hear your rage on it and your Also, it's a guy who wrote it, so there you go. It's appropriate, right?
Oh god, and therefore I have to read this.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Stupid. It should be a woman reading it. Oh, God.
I know it is actually, guys. It is actually worth reading this whole thing out because it is one of the craziest things I have ever seen someone actually publish and think that they're taking the dub on it. It's nutty.
Yes. So can I yell after every sentence?
Yeah.
Because I'm likely going
Charming.
to. Yeah. As mask mandates fall, more and more people will be forced to do their own balancing of risk and benefits, otherwise known as thinking.
Yeah,
which
we
is very detrimental to
just
most
read.
people's,
We read that headline. Don't think.
Yeah. In the
No,
past
just
few
what you
weeks, the
think.
tide of...
You don't need
In
a
the past few
reason.
weeks...
Don't tell me.
Aiden, I swear to God.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In the past few weeks, the tide of government coronavirus mandates has clearly turned, thank God. Pretty soon, nobody will be forced to wear a mask in most indoor spaces. And in my head, Celebrate Good Times is playing. But that only shifts the decision onto the individual. So the question remains, who should wear one? Oh, should you wear one? No is the answer to that question. Very easy. If you're wondering how to calculate the risk in a post-mandate world, you probably should not be outside.
Yeah,
You should probably be inside, in an insane asylum, in a straitjacket with a padded cell.
Yeah.
Where just hearing the word COVID is going to make you start itching yourself and start fucking jumping up against the walls.
Right.
Yeah. You may find it useful to see how I, a moderately cautious... pause for laughter.
You pause
and
for
I hope relatively... and I hope relatively non-dogmatic.
Oh my boy. Oh my dude.
Yeah.
We're gonna see. I mean, I don't know, chat. You can make up your own decision, but here's how he describes himself: a moderately cautious and hopefully non-dogmatic academic physician. Academic physician, yeah. I thought I misspoke.
If
Anyway.
he's non-dogmatic, then I am like
I'm
caution
terrified.
to the wind.
I'm real scared about what he considers dogmatic. Then I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
That's a little spooky.
Academic physician who has written and spoken extensively about the coof concluded that jettisoning the mask last week at a friend's 65th birthday party for safe, or at least safe enough. You may not have many statistics as the ready as I did, but many Americans soon be doing some version of calculations like these several times a day.
No.
Dear God, I hope not.
Like, here's the thing. I'll tell you this. What we're gonna go through, and I still haven't done the math on this, but his math is wrong. His math is fundamentally wrong. There's something that I have suggested to people that I have done myself. It is a really cool little equation called, well, there's two of them. It's a theory of reasoned action and theory of planned behavior. And what those two things are is that it's a calculation that you can make by taking, basically you take, let's say I want to buy a car. This is what it's used for, big decisions. Let's say I want to buy a car. And I think like, how would buying the car affect me? And then I have to weigh on a scale from 1 to 10, like how much of a positive or negative effect it would be on me to have this new car. Or what would it do for my finances? Or what would it do for my life? Or, and more often the way it is, because it's a very social formula often. So it's like, should I get married to this person, right? You know, and it's like, well, how would that affect my friends on a scale of 1 to 10? How will it affect my family on a scale of 1 to 10? And you have to calculate, you take your personal how all the different parts of your personal parts of the equation, all the parts of the external, like friends and family, and then societal level in general, you pop it all into this giant equation, and you can figure out mathematically whether or not you should make a big decision. Theory of planned behavior or theory of reasoned action. It's awesome. I've highly recommended that people use this if they're actually trying to make a big decision. It's for getting married and buying a car, not for figuring out you should go to a fucking birthday party, you psychopath. And I'm so autistic that I would suggest that people do use an equation to figure out how they should, if they should do something, to try and remove emotion from it, right? To try and be completely clinical and reasonable about a big scale decision, so you don't get caught up and do something you would later regret, or not think reasonably because there's some immediate emotional payoff. He's talking about going to a freaking birthday party, and here's the calculations that everybody should do. No, this is insane. This is actually unhinged, my dude. Sorry, continue, Spoon. I had to go off of this is a social science stream, technically. I put it in the tag, so I had to give a social science thing every stream a little bit. Sorry, continue.
Okay, because I have a different strategy.
Oh.
My strategy is called do whatever the fuck you want.
I mean, true.
I've been doing that for the last 2 years.
Yes.
I haven't worn a mask fucking anywhere. I just go outside. If someone says, wear a mask, no. And you can't make me. And that's it. End of story. They can't fucking call the police on you. You want to say to people, if they come up to you and say the mask, you just say to them, listen here, okay? In the next 10 seconds, this conversation is going to end. You are going to go your way, and I'm going to go mine, and you're going to forget I exist within the next 30 seconds. Because that is literally what will happen for every fucking interaction with a maskless person. Literally. Every single time that will happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, we talked about this before, though. That's for you. They'll back down, but...
No, they'll back down for anyone who just says, like, no, fuck you, leave me alone.
No, but I mean, like... But again, you're, like, a young, in-shape guy. I am a weak, pathetic woman. If somebody came to me and did it, they knew they could bully me. So it depends. It depends on who you are a little bit. On whether
it's very easy. Just say you knew.
But what if I call the police or some shit? I think that...
And just say no.
You being who you are is a little bit different from me being who I am and how I feel like we approach that.
Aw, you're adorable little weakling. Just like pat you on the head. Just say no.
Fuck you.
Okay, I say use that same attitude of disgust on the person who's telling you to mask up.
I guess so.
Imagine they just pat you on their head and see how pissed you'd be, and now use that same energy.
No, I'm such a conciliatory person.
Imagine them going like, "No, that's adorable. Wear a mask." Imagine how pissed you'd be. Like, "Fuck you." Don't you ever in the head.
I'm a complete pushover. In real life and on the internet. I'm a little bit better on the internet because of his anonymity effects. A little, even though I'm not anonymous, you know what I mean. No,
Let's argue about monarchy, in which case you're kind of forthright.
Yeah, I guess so. But no, I mean, anytime like I try to be nice to people. It's also like it's the Christ-like way to be. Try and be better about that.
Am I an asshole in my comparison?
Are you an asshole?
Like comparison, yeah, because I'm not like that.
I don't think it makes you an asshole. I think it makes you just it's a different personality type. That's all.
I just have this thing where someone tells me to do something that I know is complete horse shit, and like, look, be one of the sheep. No.
Yeah, I don't agree with it, but I'll be like, fine, okay, if it makes all right, it's easier to capitulate than to cause a scene. To me, but that's me, and I'm a bit of a bitch, so.
You do what I do. View everyone else as stupider as you.
All right.
That makes it much easier to just, like, not care what they think.
I know you're on the elitist mindset, and I understand, but.
Yes, I am of the elitist mindset. They can't be ass elitist. You are also of that same crowd.
Yeah, on some degree, but I'm just yeah, I don't want to cause a scene, you know.
No, you can still be elitist and not cause a scene. It's just like, oh god, no, go away. I'm so much better than you, and I'm healthy, and you're gay, and then just leave.
I mean, technically, I'm not a super healthy person. I don't have well, yeah. So, but I don't care.
The problem is, you see where they get to. Yes, being a doormat doesn't get you anywhere.
Well, no shit. Anyway, sorry, we went on a tangent about being a doormat. Should I be a doormat, chat? I don't know. Is Spoon's correct?
No.
Is Spoon's position based? I mean, it probably, but is it correct?
Most of my positions are very base, which is why I
know.
can't say like 90% of them.
Yeah, well, that's why you're fun to hang out with. But yeah, you can't say a lot of your shit. You think?
Like this is I say to people, like if people think like, oh, look, Spoon like says some risky stuff on YouTube. Yeah, give me the Discord. Then you see what I'm actually like. Fucking YouTube is mild as shit.
Yeah. Anywho, would you?
Like,
would you
ask Aiden.
Oh my god! Like the things he fucking sends me. Goddamn. It's quite spicy. It's what you might call a spicy meatball. But anyway, continue. Let's get through this. I want to force you to read this nightmare article. This really is the streams that we do. Is it just me just torturing you, isn't it?
Who is much better than you or Anna Kasparian? Me, because I don't have the Jewish nose.
She's not Jewish. She's Armenian.
I'm saying the Jewish nose.
Where'd all the to quote Cenk Uygur, where'd all the Armenians go? Don't care. I'm sure you don't. Have you seen that clip of him? I use it all the time.
I have, yes.
I don't know, Cenk. Where did all the Armenians go?
The thing is, Anna's level of I'm better than you is based on morality, whereas my opinion of being better than people is not based on morality. It's just based on common sense, which I don't think she has.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind if someone just says, I'm smarter than you, and it is true. I have no problem with that. There's plenty of people who are smarter than I am. If someone is smarter than me and I can learn from them, I just think, okay, that person is smarter, learn from them. But when someone just says, oh my god, my morals is so much better than you, like, ugh, like, no, fuck off. Just, no, I'll kick you in a ditch because you're a twat. Like, no, I can't stand those people.
I know what you mean. So I got distracted by Cenk's nephew's uncle by sketch. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we continue?
Oh god,
Should start here with having it made this far without getting COVID.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was before I can tell you this decision.
Oh, was it? No, sorry, I'm wrong then. You were better off in memory in your place than I was.
Before I tell you about this one decision, dear God, please help us.
It's gonna be
Here's some
fun.
context. I live in San Francisco. That explains a lot. A blue city in a blue state, and the one that's been aggressive when it comes to coronavirus precautions. Yeah, and how's that been working out for you?
Just great.
Not very well, exactly. I am 64. There we go. Old enough to be moderately high risk. Well, old enough to be moderately high risk coronavirus.
It's 75 plus, where it's get actually dangerous.
I've had 3 shots of Pfizer. Clearly, they do fuck all, which is why you're still panicking like a nani. And to my knowledge, never had COVID.
Nani?
So what the hell are you worried for anyone? What, nani? Yeah, I like that phrase.
Nani means what in Japanese, so I was making a little joke.
Okay.
Another one of Aiden's jokes that's not funny. Ha ha!
The same way cunt in my language means that way.
What is it?
Cunt means that way.
That way? Oh, which is?
Yeah. Cunt, like C-U-N-T, but in Afrikaans it's K-A-N-T, yeah. It depends on how you use it. If you say die cunt, it means like that way. Or if you say die cunt, it means like that corner.
Yeah. I'm glad that thank you, Furious Dan. Also had that reaction to you saying Nani. Thank you. It's like the chat knows what's up. Weeaboo alert. Sorry.
Yeah. God, you nuts.
That's what weeaboo does now.
Yeah. Oh, don't. You'll just get a purge of people.
Mooi. Alright, continue.
En Afrikaans praat hoor. Having made it this far without getting COVID-19, I think it would be a dumb time for me to catch the coronavirus. I think any time is stupid to catch you, for heaven's sake.
Catch me outside.
Case rates are falling fast enough that the risk will soon be sufficiently low for me to let my guard down. I would hate to live in like this mindset.
This man's out of his mind, right?
Yes. Right, when there's no line separating safe from unsafe, but case rates are approximately 10 per 100,000 people per day.
That's people who test positive. We'll get into the numbers. We're gonna get into the.
Test positive rates of less than 1 to 2% would make it quite unlikely that a person in line with me in the supermarket or sitting next to me at a restaurant has COVID. No state has rates quite that low, but Maryland has closest at 11 cases per 100,000. Its test positivity rate, 2.3%. When rates reach that level,
horrifying.
I'll begin eating indoors and will remove my mask in low-risk indoor settings, but I will still mask up in very crowded indoor spaces.
You need help. Dr. Watcher, Robert, Bob. Can I call you Bob? You need help. You don't need medical help. You need a psychiatrist or psychologist. You just a therapist. You need somebody to talk to in your life to be like, what
You're
the
insane.
fuck? You've lost the plot, my dude. It gets worse. It gets worse.
Let's see. Why do I still fear COVID? Because you're mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're insane.
I can remember the Icelandic government has said herd immunity, so so not 3 shots.
First, after 3 shots, my chances of severe illness are low, but they're not 0.
Let me tell you something, my dude, Bob. Your chance of illness is never 0. You're a human being. We live in this world that's full of a whole bunch of viruses and bacteria and fungi that affect and infect the human body on a daily basis. If you want to have a 0 chance risk, you need to get a hyperbaric chamber and lay in it and just die. And it's one of the things I told you, or that I asked you, Spoon, about this, is that, like, if you're this guy, at this point, and why not just, in Minecraft, step into lava, if you're this worried of dying? Because how can you live?
Yeah.
What is living if this is your life, is being constantly afraid of dying? It doesn't sound like it's worth it to me, at least.
I don't know about you, but I remember the time when you used to have an immune system that isn't made of vagina.
Like, yeah.
This is, like, fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, really, Robo, we are all bags of disease. Your body is full of bacteria and all kinds of stuff. Part of it, you know, your gut bacteria, we developed in symbiosis, evolutionarily, in symbiosis with the microscopic world. Most of the time, that part of that microscopic world doesn't actually want to eviscerate the species, because if you eviscerate a species, well, you have no more hosts. You sometimes have some extreme examples where that does appear to be the case, in Black Plague type stuff, you know? But for the most part, a disease doesn't want to kill you. It doesn't want to kill everyone, right?
Pretty sure I have a better chance of taking a whiz outside and lightning striking my coin purse than dying from the coof.
Yeah, well, you're an in shape, healthy, 31-year-old guy. So yeah, it's basically your risk rate is something like 0.005%. So it's about the risk of taking a piss outside and getting hit by lightning. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Great. I mean, this guy, I mean, his is higher. Let's be real. He's probably
Yeah,
got
not
like
by much.
He's probably got like
2%, if that.
He's probably like a 1%, 1 to 2% chance of dying of COVID if he got it and got but if he's otherwise healthy, it's lower than that.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know, it would help if you could get treated with I don't know, one of those no words I can't say, like remdesivir or ivermectin. Sorry. Susan, don't strike me down.
Ivor.
Susan, don't strike me down. I said the words that YouTube must not hear.
Ivor Martin.
Ivor Martin. That's how we should do it from now on, yeah.
Remdesivir.
Remdesivir and Ivor Martin, yeah, there we go.
I just call it the NOD.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, the Needle of Doom.
Yeah, well, but I'm saying, like, there's other...
If I hear anyone say that phrase, I'm like, that's my phrase.
But there's
I came up with that.
There are other medicines, and I'm sure you saw the Spurgot. I don't have it on our show plan.
Clot shot's my favorite.
But clot shot's great. But I'm sure you did see the spurging out that the Queen is taking ivermectin, and it's like, oh no.
Oh, is she?
Yeah. But then they said no, she's
okay.
actually not. She's actually, I think she's taking. Let me go find it. I think she. Yeah, I know. Because she's got COVID. By the way, she's vaccinated. Of course.
Is she?
Yeah. And she encouraged people to get vaccinated.
Conspiracy theory for you, I don't think any world leaders is.
False claim about Elizabeth ivermectin, says USA Today.
Yeah, because the USA would definitely know that.
Where is this coming from?
I don't
Let's look at
buy
Reuters.
that.
I don't believe any of these places, but at least look at Reuters. They tend to not be absolutely...
I
they're
don't
awful,
buy that.
Okay. All right, hang on. Pause.
I do believe
I'm doing a Juno
a
Birch pause. No one will know what that's a reference to, except for me. If you'd like.
No, what's in a Romanian accent?
So that's.
I don't know. I didn't know that was Romanian.
Oh, was it?
Apparently.
It was just supposed to be just a general kind of fucking. How do we get out of this? Yeah. Oh, mate, then. So, fact check. News channel says ivermectin images included in Queen COVID-19 report in error. So maybe she's not taking ivermectin.
No, I don't believe that.
This is Reuters. An Australian television news report about Queen Elizabeth's COVID-19 infection included footage showing a package of ivermectin due to an editing error. What? What? Together again. What? In complete sync. Like, I usually do like that you and I both read, or I read it, and you and I both took like the exact same amount of time to react to. What? Let's watch it. Here it is.
Due to an editing error.
Okay, here's the video.
Mean?
Pause at 19 seconds, it says.
Okay.
Okay.
Says a COVID patient the Queen's age should be isolating and might benefit from new medicines currently approved for high-risk patients and
That's what Mab. I've seen that one before as well.
These tablets or these infusions can make a dramatic difference to their immediate.
They said pause at 19 seconds. What was it? Yeah. Is Stromectol? Is Stromectol ivermectin? I don't know. Is Stromectol?
I have no idea.
What's Stromectol? It's ivermectin. It's ivermectin. That Stromectol is ivermectin.
Oh.
It might be B-roll, but why did they put it on here and say this is what the Queen was taking?
I have no idea.
I mean, it. If
That wouldn't surprise me if the Queen was taking that. It's effective.
Yeah, it is effective. We know this.
Yes.
Queen has been recommended ivermectin from a specialist doctor to recover from the coronavirus. I mean, I don't know how. Okay, all right. What's your verdict, Reuters? There's no evidence that Queen Elizabeth is using ivermectin for her. Sorry, ivermectin.
Bullshit.
I already said it. Whatever. I'm already flagged because I said the word. God. Gee, do you sure love YouTube that you say a word even in complete context of trying to discuss something, even if you're debunking it, you can't say it because YouTube.
Why'd you get flagged?
Oh, I'm sure I got flagged for saying the word ivermectin. Yeah.
Ivermectin.
Ivermectin. Yeah.
I like saying it because it sounds very Afrikaans. Ivermectin.
The way you say it, yeah, ivermectin.
But that's because the G is pronounced in our names like that.
Like
so
what?
I have like the mectin. That's how we say our G's. So this is one good thing about being South African is if you speak Afrikaans, you can speak almost every other fucking at least European language because you have an educated mouth, so you can move your tongue in all kinds of waggly weird ways.
Yeah, it's something nobody here would really suggest. But if you have children, have them learn another language outside of English because, for example, when I was learning Japanese. Like I got told really early on, you got to learn to speak early because basically it changes the way your palate works. The palate meaning the upper side of your mouth, right? So like I wouldn't suggest learning Japanese, but probably learn some language that's maybe a bit more European if you want your children or whatever to learn other European languages around the age of 11, so that their palate, whatever. Spoon's a little biased, not based.
I'm not biased.
I called you based first. Over that.
No, man, not true. That's true.
That was a mistake. When you are based, but whatever. Goddamn. All right, where were we?
There's a joke in the chat I want to make, but I'm very cautious about making it. Everyone says I know how to work my mouth.
Oh, Loch Ivermectin. That's where penultima's from.
Ivermectin. I'm definitely going to be using that. If I ever discuss the medicine again in a video, I will use that.
If English isn't your first language anyway, if you learn English, you're going to be way better at pronouncing other languages than if English isn't your first language. I mean, like, the only thing is, not only thing, it's just a common sense. Oh god, I hate that I said that because that's what the kind of shit the media says. But it is sort of common sense. But it's also there is data on it that.
Hold on, Sadwick's just said something.
If you learn any other language, it changes the form of your palate when you're growing up. So it gives you a broader palate capacity. I fucked up because I learned Japanese when I started learning Japanese when I was 11. So when I went to learn Spanish when I was like 14. And to this day, if I have to speak any Spanish for any reason, I speak Spanish with a Japanese accent. I'm so sorry. That one got scuffed in my life. Sorry, what were you saying, Spoon?
Viva just said that Trudeau has rescinded the emergency powers.
Did he? Where? Really? What?
Well, he's right in the chat now. Viva Fry, I'm assuming.
Viva.
Trudeau rescinds emergency acts declaration.
No way.
You just announced it live.
Just now.
Yeah.
Sorry, chat. Now we're going on live. What's happening? I don't see any evidence of this, but I mean, if it just now happened.
He's in Canada, so I would take his word for it.
Yeah, and Viva's. Yeah, Viva. What? Hang on. Did he see it? Did see it on Twitter?
I have no
Let's
idea.
see.
But this started 2 minutes ago, by the way, so I
That's
can
what I
see
mean.
why he just. Yeah.
I don't see where that's coming from. No, here it is. Oh my god. Okay. We found it. Yeah, here it is. Okay, let's let's watch it together, guys. This is breaking news.
Breaking news.
As we were streaming and shit talking Trudeau, let me turn the screen share back on so you can see it. Should be this. Should be fine. Okay. All right.
Shit, let me see.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see. Wait. All right, go.
Okay, let's see what Trudy said.
We were very clear that the use of the Emergencies Act would be limited in time.
No, you weren't. Your second in command specifically said that it would be permanent.
When we invoked it, it would be in place for up to 30 days, but we said that we would lift it as soon as possible. We've held updates and briefs with ministers and officials every day, often multiple times a day. And today, after careful consideration, we're ready to confirm that the situation is no longer an emergency. Therefore...
So what are they doing now?
I'm speechless. It's no longer an emergency because people called you out, you piece of shit. You absolute subhuman dickhead. Fuck you, Castro. Absolutely fuck you. You got called.
That's all I heard, by the way. Yeah.
That's all I heard too. It's not because it's not an emergency, because it was never a goddamn emergency. Of course it wasn't. You got called the fuck out. And I was like, whoa, it's not an emergency now. Oh my god, I truly despise this little cuck.
The federal government will be ending the use of the emergency.
That lasted a whole fucking day, didn't it?
By the way, doesn't he look really pissed?
Oh, he
looks so mad.
I mean, by the way, I am happy that they're moving back from this, because otherwise it literally would have made him a dictator. Okay?
Yes.
He would have had all the powers of a dictator. So I'm glad that they've been kind of like, ooh, it's kind of a bad look. But no one will forget no one will ever forget your attempt at a power grab that you did so overtly. You did so overtly.
Do you not think this is funny? This is coming like a day after those horses
a day after
trampled and the WhatsApp messages came out as a leak.
Yeah, but it's also a day after they passed their own ability to do this shit.
Yeah, or the Schwab thing.
Well, let's get into that. Let's finish this and then let's get into that.
That existing laws and bylaws are now sufficient to keep people safe.
They were always there, you shithead.
Why was it not safe a day ago, but now it's safe? Because you got called
It's
the
a
fuck
fucking
out.
optics.
Because you got called out. Guess this is an optics move. This is sickening. You should be absolutely ashamed of yourself,
He doesn't have
Castro.
any shame.
Of course he doesn't. You nightmare humanoid. How dare you? How absolutely how dare you? How absolutely dare you? For real though, for real. This is disgusting. Like
I don't know if that was Greta Thunberg or a German milkmaid.
how for real though, how dare you? You would be
That's me.
dictatorial
Sorry.
fuckboy. Ugh!
We'll continue to be there to support provincial and local authorities if and when needed.
I'm sure you will, you fucking piece of shit.
This
You
is what I said. This is
I'm
what I
real
said.
mad.
This guy cannot be a dictator because
He
he
sucks
doesn't
too much
have
at
the
it.
balls.
Yeah, he
Yes,
sucks
he
too much at
doesn't.
it.
He's not masculine enough. Like like I said in my video today,
wishes
who is
he-
more masculine? Let me ask the chat this question, guys. Who do you think is more masculine, Trudeau or Clinton? Hillary, by the way.
Right, so I did have an answer to this question, and Spoon asked me this, and I was like, oh shit. But how do you guys feel, chat? Who is more masculine, Trudeau or Hillary Clinton?
Everyone's gonna say
That's a
one name.
legitimate question that I have.
Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden for sure. Timid Falcon Knight said Clinton. We'll wait for that to come in here. Let's actually, you know what, chat? Let's do it this way. Let's make a little poll. Who is more masculine?
And we choose not to vote. Yeah, you could choose to abstain.
Yeah. It would be a.
Yeah, look at that, Clinton. Everyone's saying Clinton. He'll log by country mile. Yes, see, there you go. This motherfucker becomes a dictator, and on this shit. Because I said this today earlier in my video.
We gotta.
If you look at the last century,
You gotta pull up.
and you look at sort of the dictators, you have like Castro and Stalin and Hitler, and all of these people came to power at a time when their country was either going through a crisis or they were fighting some sort of power structure with like the Tsar or Batista, or trying to restore the pride that was lost in the defeat of the First World War. So they're trying to overturn like the Weimar Republic.
Right.
And with Trudeau, it's,
saying,
oh look, I enacted some emergency powers because some truckers disagree with me on medicine.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it doesn't have that
What
punch.
a piece of shit.
Like, yeah, like you enacted emergency powers
Yeah.
for fucking that. Like,
Yeah.
it just screams bitch.
It does
It
scream
doesn't
bitch.
have the
you are a fucking
masculinity
bitch,
factor of
you little cunt.
of the
God
other
damn.
people. Yeah.
I'm allowed to say cunt because I'm a lady, by the way, Susan. Get over it. That's like my one. That's my word. I'm allowed to say that one. Oh my god,
all-
that's not real. That can't be real. Sorry, there's a picture of Elliot Page on Twitter. I never look at Twitter. It's like, oh god, this has been terrible here. Anyway.
Wait, that's the transgender hippie dude?
Elliot Page, who used to be Ellen Page.
Yeah, she should be kind of cute.
Yeah, well, don't look up new pictures.
I don't want to.
Because she
I'm
became,
not into
she
trans-
became, she
I'm not
became a
into
he.
trannies.
And, well,
No, that's a girl.
yeah. Well, we all know that. That's fine.
That's
I
a
hope
girl with,
I hope she's okay. Honestly, I mean, she probably got molested by someone in Hollywood, but whatever.
88% Clinton. Fucking Christ.
It's gone pretty hard on
see
the
what I
Hillary
mean?
Clinton side.
And Hillary Clinton is like 30 years older than him, probably.
I know.
So, congratulations, Trudeau. You are less masculine than a woman who's
Than an
aged
old
like
woman.
25 fucking years.
Yeah. It's
And
beautiful.
who actually has a vagina.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I don't even think I don't even think Chelsea Clinton is her own kid.
Well, there's many people who think that, but not that Hillary is not the mom, but that Bill's not the dad. There's some rumors going around about that one, because she looks a whole lot like, okay, can I find this real quick? Oh my god, are we going down an Alex Jones rabbit hole?
Alright, go on.
Have you never heard of this?
Survey says. I'll be honest, Aiden, no, I tend not to look into the sexual affairs of two of the most predatory people ever to enter the Democratic Party. And I don't mean Jeffrey Epstein.
There's
Vince Foster.
I don't know how to find this easily, but there's another guy. Okay, here it is. I have a picture. There is this other guy that looks a whole lot like Chelsea Clinton.
He doesn't look
Federal
like her dad.
tax evader Webb Hubble. Is that who they say it is? Okay, I'm gonna show you the picture, right? This is... I don't know if this is the guy I've seen been accused of this. But a lot of people
Macron
don't...
is still the sexiest, really?
Just see, a lot of people don't think that Hillary Clinton is... Or that, excuse me, that Bill Clinton is... Chelsea's folder. And here is the pictures. Suddenly I became Italian. I became Meowth. That's right. Here's the pictures.
That thing?
Here's the pictures. God damn it. So, okay. This is the guy
He looks old as shit.
Hubble? Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Wait, how old's Chelsea? She's like...
She's older, yeah.
Let me see.
Webb Hubble, though, that's his name. I mean, I don't know. It's just a question. Just a theory. A conspiracy theory.
What?
A lot of people think that they're related. Just saying. That
He's 42 years old.
Wow.
She looks way worse.
Oof. Well, that's a conspiracy theory. Oh, wait, I had the picture turned off. Sorry, guys. That was my bad. Wrong. There we go. Sorry, my dudes. I forgot it was turned off.
She definitely has her mother's satanic fucking...
I mean, they just look a little bit similar. That's all I'm saying. Sorry, chat. I forgot I had the thing turned off.
Yeah, she doesn't look like her. She doesn't look like her father.
She looks a bit like she does look a bit like that guy. I don't know. Sorry guys, you're a bit behind me now, but like, yeah, I was just I guess apparently I'm just showing Spoon privately the relationship image supposedly, but there we go. All right, let's I feel like we're on a.
I love democracy.
I feel like we're on a tangent. Do you love democracy though, Spoon?
Oh hell no! Fuck no! Absolutely not. Democracy is gay as shit. You do the monarch all damn day.
I know.
I will see the return of
we
Edward
are
King.
aligned on this issue.
Yes,
I'm gonna go
thing.
really quickly use the restroom. Are you capable of? Because I know you are. Reading this article.
I swear to God, if you tell me not to say the N-word in the next 3 seconds, I will say
Don't. When I leave, this is why I have to be careful, Spoon. Can I leave you with the stream, which starts with? It should start with case rates in Florida.
I'm gonna say 2 words beginning with an F and an N.
Don't say bad words. When I'm not here, I've got the keys. Don't say a bad word. Don't say it. It's not a good word. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Go ahead. Spoon, the article is up on screen right now. So it starts with case rates in Florida here at the top. We're going to go through the numbers down here. I will go through some of them. I'll be right back.
But we're not even that. For God's sakes, we're not even that far yet. But fuck it, I'll read the bloody thing. Let's see. Why do I still fear a case of COVID? First, after 3 shots, my chances of severe illness are low, but they are not 0. Second, I worry about long COVID. Study results vary, but a reasonable interpretation is about 5% of people who become infected after vaccination can expect symptoms that last longer than a month. And a recent study found a disconcerting rise in cardiovascular diagnosis, including heart attacks and strokes, in people previously infected with the coronavirus. Finally, while I don't have much contact with young children, I do with immunosuppressed people and the elderly, and I don't want to infect someone if I can avoid it. Yeah, well, you don't fucking know, for God's sakes. What are you, fucking Rayman-ing viruses, for God's sakes? When I was invited to my friend's birthday party near Miami, though, I had little hesitation about saying yes. Yeah, because it's fucking wide open, that's why. Many of my college pals would be there, and I'd get to stay with my recently widowed 86-year-old mother, who lives nearby. The host asked guests to be vaccinated and boosted and to take a rapid test immediately beforehand. Ugh, gay as hell. My assumption was that most did, raising the level of safety. No, it doesn't. That's in your own head. There's no statistical evidence that anything that they did is going to stop the vaccine or stop the spread in any fucking way. My God, you're a doctor. You would think you would know this. Case rates in Florida and in the hometowns of the guests were well above my master's threshold. They averaged 30 to 80 cases per 100,000 residents a day. Fucking hell, you're not measuring 100,000 people on a daily fucking basis, so what the hell? Statistically, it's still lower shit. So I was not ready to eat and drink indoors there. Thankfully, the plan was that eating, drinking, and socializing would be outside or in, and that sounded great. I'd masked to pick up my food. And drink inside and then make a beeline to the backyard. Good plan until the nature intervened. Just as I pulled up to my friend's house, it began to pour. I had three choices: leave the party, eat and drink outside, drenched, alone and pitiful, or ditch the mask and enjoy the party indoors. Yeah, I think if you were to get to this level, say it in Afrikaans. No, because it's not as funny if I say it in Afrikaans, because no one understands what the hell I'm saying. Enter the pod. Fucking entering no pod. Here's my quick calculation of the risk I'd be taking if I choose to join my friends inside. Can you imagine living like this? Because fucking hell, this would drive me insane if I were to be this level of, well, autistic idiocy, I would guess. Most of these odds are based on rigorous studies or official data, but some involved educated guesswork and extrapolation. But even I was off by a significant amount. In some estimates, it wouldn't matter much for the crux of the decision. Odds that someone at the party was infected about 1 in 50. This was
Oh, this is where it gets
envelope.
insane. This is where it gets insane.
Yeah, I never even read this far.
Oh,
Odds that someone at the party was infected. Go on.
His math is wrong in here. Like, I'm not joking. You can't make this shit up, guys. His basic math is wrong. His basic math is wrong. Let's do these calculations live, right? We'll do it live.
If you can do that.
No, let's do it live. Okay, so 1 in 50 has a chance that someone... It's a 1 in 50 chance that someone will be infected. So, at your party, the chance that somebody would be infected... 1 in 50, which I adjusted downward because the guests were mostly asymptomatic, vaccinated professionals from blue states who had undergone rapid tests that day. Based on the previous estimates, odds of a 40 group of 40 people, at least one guest would have COVID is about 50-50. Actually, no, it's not. Okay, he's using a little bit confusing words here.
Wacky math?
No, it's not. It's just confusing. Based on the previous percentage, the odds that one person in the whole room might have COVID, it's less than 50-50, but it's comparative. It's actually 60-40, but that's fine. On the likelihood that they don't, but that's fine. Look, I have dyscalculia, and if I can do this math in my head, then you need to, like, have it, like, then my friend, you need to, like, get your shit checked, okay? Sorry, I had to take over the math part. I'm glad that, like, I went away to go ask Bill, like, how his stuff was doing, and he said, yeah, the problem was that he was streaming something, so that was the issue. And then, whatever, it's fine. But, so everything's okay, but I'm glad I got to go up and shit post a little bit. Anyway, assuming face-to-face chats with 15 people at the party, odds that I'd have a close exposure to an infected person is about 1 in 5. I didn't worry about those on the other side of the room. So, it's actually, this is not completely correct. So the odds that you would have exposure to someone with 15 people. I guess that is correct. He's saying that his odds of randomly coming into a group of people that are talking face-to-face in very close proximity to him would have COVID based on a 1 in, again, wrong statistic here, probability that he would have a 1 in 5 chance about somebody talking to him who might have COVID. It's lower than that, though. 50-50 chance that anyone at the party... You're not... Okay. You're not conducting advanced... You need to get into game theory here, my dude. You're not even... You can... I'm imagining you're intelligent enough to understand how to actually utilize game theory modeling to understand that this is actually not a realistic statistic and it should be way lower. It's actually like that you would be in. It is a 50-50 chance that any single person at the party has COVID, and that who you are going to talk to in a face-to-face situation where you might be exposed to it. One already in a 50 chance out of a 50-50 chance of 1 in 50. It's not 1 in 5. Do a game theory analysis on this. The likelihood that you would end up talking to that person is... It gets actually outside of my capacity to do basic mathematical analysis, because now this gets into advanced statistics and game theory statistics. You can't do this kind of basic calculation when you talk about how people move within a room. That's absurdist. It's anti-scientific in terms of the most basic goddamn analysis of how people communicate and interact within economic and social science research and statistics about human communication and movement within society, within a venue, okay? A lot of that's economic research, not mine. Basic mathematics. It's not basic mathematics. It's actually extremely complicated mathematics at that point. That's Nash. That's Nash's research. Odds of contracting the coronavirus, but game theory is a completely accepted and understood mathematical analysis. With the Rat King also says with the 0.009% infection rate and 50% chance, what is the statistical autist? His chance of getting it, he completely overblows the numbers. He fucked it up. We'll continue though.
Of course, he's paranoid as shit.
So my chances of getting COVID from attending this party is about 1 in 50. In reality, my dude, it's probably about 1 in 5,000. But go ahead. If, depending on the game theory aspects of it and a bunch of other analysis, we would actually put this into a really complex statistical analysis, basic bullshit where you're lying about a whole bunch of it and you're oversimplifying and you're not including multi-level analyses. It's nothing like 1 in 50, and still, even 1 in 50, that's nothing. The things that are real is that odds of needing to be hospitalized if he got COVID, given his age and vaccination status, 1 in 200, you're admitting you can get it if you're vaccinated. Remember when we couldn't say that? Spoon? Do you remember when you couldn't get COVID if you'd been vaccinated? Well, now he says it's about 1 in 200. I don't know.
Joe Biden on the stage saying that in front of fucking CNN on home.
Yeah, you're not gonna
if you
get
get these
COVID.
vaccinations, you're not gonna get COVID, and you're not gonna die. Bullshit.
Well, here's where we are now. Odds that I'd die if I got COVID, 1 in 1,400. Odds that I'd get long COVID in some form if I developed COVID, 1 in 20. Okay. Well, I've got issues with the idea of long COVID. Finally, odds of infecting my elderly mom if I visited her while infected, about 1 in 3. I think this whole thing is him just trying to explain to himself why he didn't want to visit his own mother while he was in town. He was at a party to go hang out with some friends.
That's been a bit much.
And he was like, oh, I
don't think he's that evil. I think he's just stupid and paranoid.
He might be. Por qué no los dos? Right? Why not both? These numbers are less egregious. These numbers you have not calculated properly. And you need to go back and really understand.
And not be gay.
This kind of mathematical analysis that you're attempting to do. I know you're doing it here for like a fun little thing to post in the Washington Post. These are incorrect odds, and you've still Here's his ultimate conclusion, which is wrong. It is wrong. Look, okay. I know that I mostly talk about stats, but I've been very clear. I have dyscalculia. It's very hard for me to do math in my head. I kind of have to write it out. I actually like writing it out. I like that. But it was because I was born with this stupid fucking thing that makes math difficult for me that I love math. Because it's kind of like a challenge, right? God said, you're going to have an issue with that. That's going to be your struggle. And I was like, okay, well, challenge accepted. Thanks, God. Challenge accepted. I'm not a brilliant mathematician, but if I can see somebody have basic errors in their calculation without even having to do it more specifically, we have a major issue. Anyway, here's his conclusions, which are wrong and based on incorrect statistics, as I've mentioned. The basic probabilities, again, do some game theory analysis. You fucked up. You fucked up. probabilities for those other bad outcomes are 1 in 50, beyond the 1 in 50% chance of getting infected, because all these other outcomes are based on his initial incorrect analysis. So you have this analysis, which is incorrect, which is only incorrect because your basic analysis was incorrect. Chance I'd be hospitalized from COVID, 1 in 10,000. Risk of dying of COVID, 1 in 70,000. Odds of developing long COVID, 1 in 1,000. Danger of infecting my mom, 1 in 150. You have to multiply every single thing he wrote here by at least 5. I would say a minimum of 5. Based on his own analysis and what we know of the data. Would you continue, please, Spoon? Because I hate this guy. I had to just... Sorry, I had to interject a little bit for a little bit of math nerdery of, like, you don't know how to do... If I know, and that's the problem is, he probably doesn't know how to do the math. He's just lying. Would you feel comfortable continuing for me? Because I'm mad.
Hold on a second, though. I gotta find out where the hell I was.
It starts in the practice of medicine, right below all the numbers.
I don't know what the hell... Oh,
It's only like 2 more paragraphs.
Right, in the practice of medicine, our lifeblood is calculating and applying benefits and risks. Those were the risks, which you did not do well, by the way. But the benefits were enjoying a party with close friends, many of whom I haven't seen for years. Before walking in, I asked myself how I'd feel if any of these bad things happened. The answer was terrible, of course, but given the low odds, I wouldn't feel that I'd made the wrong decision. And so I entered, removing any mask after the first few minutes. I tell you this whole soggy dog story not because it's unusual, but because it's not. Yes, it is. I don't
unusual.
think anyone else does.
It's extremely unusual. The shit you're talking about is crazy person.
Not shit, yeah. It's the kind of scenario that tens of millions of people, if we get... No, they don't. Even the tens of millions who grapple with this doesn't do this. I guarantee you. Since March of 2020. The difference is that now, as the rules are stripped away, the decisions become entirely personal. They were always fucking personal. There's just many people of us who decided, like, yeah, no, fuck you, we're not going to do this stupid crap.
I think he's... Do you feel that he's angry that now he's got to sit around... Because he seems to be deranged.
Gay.
And now he's upset that he has to make these kind of decisions instead of just... Which, by the way, like... It's a ridiculous decision. Just... You're going to a birthday party, you crazy person.
Yeah, that's a bit that bugs me, like, a bit nuts. Let's see, it's understandable why, faced with this much math and angst, many folks have decided that going maskless everywhere is less stressful and safe enough.
No
Yeah,
shit.
True.
The governments are not saying it.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with fully vaccinated people. I'm not, by the way. I'm pure-blooded. Check it and see.
Same
Just goddamn arse in those
pure
settings.
blood, pure blood.
Yeah.
No offense to anyone who took
experimental vaccine in me.
No offense to anyone who took the vaccine. It was not
Painted.
likely your total choice. Sorry, continue. I don't want to get on that like pure blood thing because it's like
it's just
I was in a
me.
unique position to not be able to be forced to take it. Some people were forced to.
Odds are they'll do fine. As for me, I love the party, kept the virus at bay. We would have done that naturally anyway. Though one attendee got COVID a few days later, possibly from the gathering, and felt good about my decision.
Sure.
And the next day, I went back to wearing masks indoor and avoided indoor dining. A decision I feel equally good about, and one I will rethink if and when the cases fall.
You're neurotic. You have a serious issue if you think this way. This is a neuroses. There's no other way to describe it. It's neuroses. I don't know what else to call it. So.
Nuts.
Yeah, I mean that's the that's the colloquialism.
General consensus.
The colloquialism, of course. But
No,
here's
the
the thing.
colloquialism would have been fucking batshit crazy.
But here's the thing. I know you're really spooked about that, and you really want to wear your mask all the time, my dude. But mask mandates are illogical. So what? Says the Atlantic. As we will see now here. So the Atlantic is admitting that the mask mandates are illogical. Do it anyway. The expediency at which this whole narrative is falling apart is hilarious to me. It's hilarious, but it's morbid humor, right? It's gallows humor. People did this shit.
Maybe read that article a bit, by the way.
Hmm?
Because I saw the Lotus Eaters had that article up as well, and I read it. I was thinking the headline is a bit disingenuous.
It is a bit disingenuous, it's true. But
it's one of those, if I read the headline, it's gonna make me think the left are nuts.
Well,
they are.
They are.
But it's a bit more to it than just a headline.
Yeah, there is. To be fair. That's why I wanted to
And
bring it
I'm
up.
defending the Atlantic. That's how you.
I know.
That's how fucking bad this is.
That is why I wanted to bring it up. Because it is an incendiary kind of headline. But yeah.
Yes.
It all feels rather, I'm going to scroll down a little bit. It all feels rather performative and silly. Why have a mandate that can be so easily ignored? The public sees right through that, and I think that's led to a lot of backlash. Joseph Allen, director of Harvard's Healthy Buildings program, told me, why? I don't know why you care about this guy, but whatever. To Allen, mass mandates, contradictions, and compliance failures are a sign that the US should stop trying so hard to influence human behavior. I agree. And start focusing on improving ventilation and filtration in buildings. By the way, that's a big money grab. That's what that's about. Here's how we make some more money. Masking, because it's obviously visible and has become unavoidably politicized, is the pandemic mitigation strategy that's easiest for most people to notice, which might explain why it's received so much attention from the public and the media. But structural improvements can operate in the background, protecting people without making them feel inconvenienced. The reality is, though, like, they're now coming out in large part and saying, and this is not just now, this has been going on for months now, that the whole mask thing was just designed to make people feel safe. It was not designed to actually really prevent much of anything. Okay? We knew that.
They did that over here. They said as well, like, the masks are not necessary, but they're just going to keep it as a precautionary measure because people feel safer with them. So, it doesn't fucking do anything. This whole fucking time.
I'll tell you what it does.
Whole fucking time. You were just bullshitting. Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what it does.
It's
Not good.
Uniform.
No, it's worse. Here's what it does, Spoon.
This is a meme, isn't it?
No. It's actually really sad. CDC lowers speech standards for children. That's what it does.
That would just piss you off.
Yeah, it makes me really upset. What? What is this? The hell what is this stupid bullshit? Okay. Sorry, some kind of weird pop-up. Oh, I can't keep reading for free. Well, let's find this headline somewhere else then, if the Epoch Times is going to be lame about it. Because this is a widely, not widely reported on, of course, the story because it upsets people.
What browser are you using?
Chrome.
Oh my god, Aiden, why?
Because
install the other one.
I told you why, because it saves all my stuff across my two computers.
Install the other one.
I know.
The other one is Chrome.
By the way, okay, no, I found it. In all the other reports on this, all they say is just that the CDC is saying this, and all they say is that medical contributor Nicole Safier says that face masks are negatively impacting children and calls out the CDC for a lack of transparency, which is basically what we can see here. Okay. Now, I know that we can't read that, but it's me. I have other information. Because of course I do.
It's not you, what?
I'm saying I have other information because of course I do. So I can't get these articles up because there's no more information other than that about this. The CDC basically just said like, maybe masks have have had a deleterious effect on children's speech standards. Well, I have the studies on it, so we're gonna look at that real quick. I will read to you. This was we'll bring up the study real quick. To find it, it's right here, and it's Meyer study. Here it is. And this is the.
I just want to say this live on air.
Yeah.
Aiden, you're using a gay browser.
I know, I am.
Just use SRIN.
I told you why I use this one, and I know it sucks, but I do.
No, SRIN is Chrome. It's the
is
exact same thing.
Oh,
yes.
And it does that? Ooh, what's going on?
Yes.
Oh, I'm done then. Oh, what?
That's why I said use that one.
Sci-Hub does not have access to this document right now. Okay. We're gonna look at the abstract. It might actually. Is this the full? Oh, it's okay. We'll look at this though.
Women and technology don't mix.
No shit. This is from the BMJ though. Children born during the pandemic score lower on cognitive tests. Study finds. In a longitudinal study of 627 children from Rhode Island that has run since 2011, those born after the pandemic began to show results on the Mullen scales of early learning that corresponded to an average IQ score of 78, a drop of 22 points from the average previous cohort.
22?
Yep. The average
That's
IQ is no longer 100,
above
it's
standard deviation.
78. It's more than standard deviation, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's what's going on.
Insane.
So, I don't know how much of that... I would imagine that a lot of that is because of the masks. What they say, though, is that children born in 2019 did not experience a decline in development scores during the pandemic, though. Their trajectories and maturation were unaltered. The lead author of the longitudinal study and pediatrician Sean Dione of Brown University, they seem to be doing all right. It's really affecting those born during the pandemic, whether through transfers from their mother, what she's experiencing during late-term pregnancy, or those crucial early months after birth. It's one of them. We don't really know. We don't really know. But we're talking about a generation that might be... Now, by the way, these early... I've talked about this before. These early kind of testing in infants of the IQ stuff, it is malleable and it's more prone to change. But you could be looking at a whole generation of people who were just born in the last 2 years. Full generation, but a couple people who are permanently damaged. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. But isn't that horrifying? I'll give you some other data. Looking to reports from UNICEF, they report that as of January of 2022, more than 660 million children were still being affected by partial or full school closures, and that results of these closures may be responsible for some deeply troubling findings. For example, before the pandemic, 53% of 10-year-olds in low and middle income countries were unable to read or understand simple text, but as of 2020, that rose to 70%. In the U.S., learning losses have been observed in many states, including Texas, California, Colorado, Tennessee, North Carolina, Ohio, Virginia, Maryland, and in Texas, for example, 2/3 of children grade 3 tested below their grade level in math in 2021, compared to half of children in 2019. In several Brazilian states, around 3 in 4 children in grade 2 are off track in reading, up from 1 in 2 pre-pandemic. Across Brazil, 1 in 10 students aged 10 to 15 reported they are not planning to return to school once it reopens. And in South Africa, school children are between 75% and a full school year behind where they should be. And about 450,000 students have just dropped out altogether. That's from UNICEF. I'll find that. Sorry, I have that in my notes, but I'll find the UNICEF report. Really what UNICEF says here, to read their headline, scale of education loss nearly insurmountable. This is UNICEF, you know? Insurmountable levels of damage. They don't even know how to calculate it.
That's why you need to homeschool your kids.
Huh?
This is why you should homeschool your kids.
Yeah, but... That's,
You should teach your kids Dr. Soul.
It's very depressing. Very depressing. Well, what else do we have in the docket now that I've made everybody sad? Oh, one last thing about COVID. Here's something interesting. More evidence from the Daily Mail. This is not the only source. There's a bunch of them. Daily Mail is such an awful website. COVID was tinkered with in a lab. Now scientists find virus contains a tiny chunk of DNA that matches sequence patented by Moderna 3 years before the pandemic began.
That's kind of a conspiratorial headline.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a geneticist, so I don't know if this is true, but this is what's being reported.
That sounds like it was deliberately made.
Well, we already knew that, but it sounds like people knew exactly what they were doing, which is maybe why they had a vaccine ready so fast. Because they knew, because they helped, maybe, I don't know.
Make the virus?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's sussy baka shit, okay? It was discovered in SARS-CoV-2's unique furin cleavage sites, the part that makes it so good at infecting people and separates it from other coronaviruses. A tiny snippet of code that is identical to a gene patented by the vaccine maker 3 years before the pandemic. They claim there is a 1 in 3 million trillion chance Moderna's sequence randomly appeared through natural evolution. 1 in 3 trillion. I mean, I don't know, Spoon. What do you think?
I think bullshit.
Yeah, this seems a little bit. How tiny is the chunk? It's probably 1,000 base pairs or fewer. Probably a coincidence. Sebastian Planty. I understand where you're coming from, but 1 in 3 children. 3 children. There's nothing worse than a rapist, except for this, a child. Sorry, that was a meme. But 1 in 3 trillion chance of this happening randomly sounds. I mean, it could have happened randomly, sure, but statistically, that's a big ask. That's a big ask to say that 1 in 3 trillion is happenstance. And yet that's what we find. I don't know. This doesn't seem like happenstance to me.
No, probably not.
We know that the virus was being tested on in a lab. And then we know that Moderna had patented part of a gene that's in the virus. So, to me, that's a little bit disconcerting. Just saying.
So they had patents on an ingredient that was used to make the stupid thing in the first place.
That's in it. They had a patent on it. One of the parts of the genes. Here's in Frontiers of Virology.
And isn't the top owner of Spotify also the top owner of Moderna?
Yes, they are.
Huh, I wonder why.
Well, what a coincidence. It is just a coincidence, though, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's always just a coincidence. Oh well. Oh well.
Coincidence, my ass.
What a coincidence. So.
Coincidence, my polished silver balls.
Speaking of a coincidence, should we talk about the World Economic Forum?
Oh,
wait,
God.
I have one last thing, which is totally. I want to go over this. Hang on, what do you want to do? Because, okay, we kind of got over the trucker stuff. We didn't watch though the Trevor Noah clip, which makes me want to.
The Trevor Noah clip?
Yeah.
You gonna make me watch a South African that wants to make me punch my countrymen?
Yeah, he's not in it. Don't worry. It's some guy he hires. Let's do this.
Oh,
I know
no.
we're a little bit all over the place. I forgot to do this. Normally I was trying to integrate it more smoothly, guys, but I did forget about this clip.
Oh, you mean that stupid bellend who goes around and asks the truckers absurd questions?
Yeah, I mean it is still related to COVID, so we're all kind of still similarly related here. And while these horrifying things are going on, right? While they're dropping the narrative, countries are just saying no, this is screwed up. Even though Canada is engaging in more and more totalitarian action. Oh, and by the way, did we even talk about how they're going to euthanize their dogs? Just real quick. Let's get through this real quick. Since we're still on the COVID stuff, because it is the hot topic news, isn't it? I think, did we mention this last week? That they've been threatened that when they get arrested, they're going to take their dogs, and if the dog has been impounded for more than 8 days, it's considered relinquished. After 8 days, it's considered relinquished. So if you're a trucker and you get arrested, and you had your dog with you, and you're in your, I forget what they call them, in your truck. Cab. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. Then they'll take your dog, and then they'll, if you don't get it after 8 days, it's gone. Well, luckily we have a nice PolitiFact check here to make sure that nobody. Look at the guy who wrote this article. I mean, Jesus Christ.
1%.
I have to scroll down. Look at. You can't really see him really well, guys, but let's scroll in so we can see the dude who wrote this article. Does that make it any better? No, I still can't see him. He looks like what you'd imagine he looks like. Let's bring him up. There he is.
Yeah, fat bastard.
Here's the guy who wrote the article. Yeah, what'd you think? Yeah.
I think he looks like Vosh's dad.
He looks like... No. It's in the Vosh family. Ottawa may euthanize truckers' pets as punishment. PolitiFact says false. Well, that must be true then. No, Ottawa didn't threaten to punish protesters by killing their pets. If you're short on time, I am, because I don't care. Ottawa Bylaw Regulatory Services, in a tweet, told protesters that animals brought to demonstrations may be taken into protective custody if their owners are jailed. Pet owners would have 8 days to make arrangements to retrieve their animals. The Ottawa Humane Society, where the animals would be taken, says it keeps every adoptable animal until the right home is found, regardless of length of stay. Euthanasia is only considered if the animal is, quote, suffering severely or incurably, or is considered too dangerous to adopt out. And why would they not consider those things? PolitiFact. Why would they not consider those things possible? If the point is to hurt someone. Where this thing falls. You don't think they would just say, well, the animal is unadoptable because it was owned by a Nazi, right? The animal was trained by a Nazi.
If it was trained by Nazi, it probably would have been taken good care of because Hitler was notorious for liking animals.
True. But, oh, the animal is broken because the animal is flawed because it was owned by a Nazi, so we're gonna have to euthanize it. Yeah, the ratio of John Wick to bad guy. Yeah, the John Wick thing is of course, don't kill people's pets. So, they're not even really denying that they're going to do it. Just that, oh well. Yeah, whatever. Oh, now that we're back on the Canada thing, sorry. I have a couple more things that I forgot to do. Here's...
Animal is probably racist.
I'm sure it is a racist animal. I have some other things about... Here is somebody who just wants to go for a coffee. We're not even sure if they're part of the trucker protest. They're just in the area. This is how much of a police state you live in right now in Canada. I'll be... am I screen sharing? Yes, I am. Okay, here it is.
Just want to get a coffee, okay?
Why is the camera in my face right now? Are you here partaking?
You walked
right
up
now.
to
You're
me.
in the red zone.
I'm scared. I want to go
We're
for
in
a
the red
coffee
zone?
down there.
Okay.
Can I go
where's
for
your
a coffee?
residence, ma'am?
He just wants to get a coffee.
Right
Do you
now.
live in
this?
No,
You're
I
not
don't live
excluded
here,
from
but
that.
I'm
Where do you live?
Alberta.
Time for you to leave.
I can't even go down there for
No,
coffee.
no, go grab your stuff in the red zone right now. If you don't
Look at
leave
how
right now, you will be arrested.
How proud
Do
they
you
are of themselves.
understand me?
By the way, your mask is down below your nose. You're spreading coronavirus. You are causing serious harm by wearing your mask incorrectly, sir.
I can't go for a coffee.
Grab your stuff, because if we see you, we'll be patrolling all day. We see you again, it'll be different.
Leave. I tell you, take your camera and get out of here.
Yeah, you can't film it, can you? Yeah, you're in the maple zone, sir, King. Yeah.
Your phone doesn't need to be in our faces when you're walking away.
You can't record us. No transparency here.
Are you gonna walk, or are you gonna get arrested?
I was
Go
walking
now.
away.
Get out of here.
Well, I'm sure that... do you think the Black Lives Matter left that has been talking about police brutality and issues, do you think they're upset about this?
I just find it funny that they accuse her of getting in their faces. They walked up to her.
Like a guy. I feel like a guy. I don't know. I don't want to assume their gender. We have another one, though. This is... The police threatened to break windows. Presumably at the coffee shop that guy's trying to get to. The owner of this is base. I'm so glad for this guy for standing up for himself.
What, the owner?
Mm-hmm. Because he doesn't back down. Let's wait till they come in. Look at this nasty woman screaming at him through the window.
Now, get it out. They're saying they're gonna break the window.
They're gonna break the window.
They already
Do
walked
you know why?
around back,
Because he served truckers.
you guys.
But he's
so-
allowed to.
No, not in the police state of Canada.
They're customers.
Not in the police state of Canada. They're terrorists. They must
Here's
be
your
unpersoned.
tax service. Here's your taxes at play, everyone. Welcome to absolute tyranny. Like to know who that lady is?
He's just got this face of like, bitch, I can't hear you. Fuck you.
Well, that's great. Thanks. That looks great, guys. Looks like it's going real. You got a lot of freedom there in your democracy. How great is it? Now, meanwhile,
Monarchy.
just meanwhile, let's look at the, as I said, you would think that Black Lives Matter. Do you think they'd be upset about this?
No.
The kind of people
there's
who
a lot of people involved.
Some of them are. We played some guy earlier who was black, who was out there protesting. Here we have S-Gate Wireless at the New York Times. Not true at all. Nothing at gunpoint. Why are you lying to make a situation worse for everyone? To sell subscriptions? Twitter safety. Twitter safety. No one ever pointed a gun at a trucker? I don't know. What are we looking at here? Spin, what does it look like to you? Does that look like a...
Pointing a gun at the guy's windshield?
Oh, it looks like he's pointing a gun at him. Oh, looks like he's pointing a gun at him. Get fucked, you lying piece of shit. Here's another one. Oh shit, that was a 4chan. It went away. It was a 4chan link that I found that weapon mat. Let me make sure I can't find it. Because there's a couple of them.
Not really. It's not very often you see the New York Times reporting the truth.
I know, it is unusual, right? It is unusual. Let me see if I can find that other link, because I sent it to you earlier, and that's why I had it. It might have been removed. Got a little bit too old, maybe. But, I should have saved these weapons, that was my bad. I didn't save them. Oh, dead air. Oh well, you get the point. Doesn't really matter. Let's, whatever. Let's, however, talking about tyranny. Why don't we talk about the World Economic Forum real quick?
Oh god.
How about that? Let's talk about the World Economic Forum real quick. Because I have some videos from there as well. That are a little bit interesting. So, and by the way, just to be real clear before I finish up on the truckers, I want to go through two other things to make it clear, like, why people should care before we get into the WEF. Outrage, Canadian single mom on minimum wage has bank account frozen for donating $50 to the Freedom Convoy. $50. Her bank account has been frozen. She's on minimum wage. The left, don't you care? Aren't you supposed to care about people who are impoverished, who make minimum wage? Don't you care? No, you don't. Because you only care about someone if they are completely ideologically enmeshed with your ideology. You don't give a single goddamn shit about this woman who works minimum wage, who's a single mom, and donated $50 to an idea that she believed in before it actually even got kind of crazy.
Oh my god.
And now she can't buy groceries. She can't do anything. She can't go and buy food. She can't feed her kids. No, you're right, Sad Wings Raging. She can't feed her goddamn kids. And why? Because it slightly offended you that she donated some money, $50. So now she has to be punished in perpetuity over an opinion over $50. I don't know, Spoon. What do you think about that shit? It drives me nuts. That's evil. You're evil. You're the baddie. You're the goddamn baddie. And by the way, it's not where it stops.
By the way, I think I may have found out, this is only on poll, about why Trudeau pulled the Emergency Act.
Oh, why? What's their hot take?
4chan's take?
Yeah, or yours. You could say it's yours.
Because you came after the Juden's money in the banks. And
but why? I don't believe that.
Because you collapse the fucking banking sector. You're gonna kill the economy. That's why.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be with that's a specific group. It's just that, yeah, you're deciding, like, hey,
yeah, I'm going to destroy... You ask for polls take.
Right. But it is correct.
By the way, I hope this isn't true.
If you're like, hey, I'm going to collapse the economy, and then people are like, wait a minute, no, hang on, Castro, you're not supposed to do that. You weren't supposed to go that far. That was incorrect. You were wrong. That was wrong.
Look at this headline.
Huh?
Look at this.
Okay, let's...
I don't know if that's true or not, but that's
I don't know if
fucking
that's
funny.
true either. Let's just see.
It's still funny, though.
Discord, I hate it. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright. Oh. So I'm gonna pull up the image. Here it is. Okay, it says, from LiveLeak, world's first female F-35 fighter pilot crashed $100 million jet. I've actually heard that before. Why the fuck am I still paying taxes? I actually am pretty sure that is a real story. I just, don't have it.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
That's not a meme?
Let's find out.
Ooh, that's fucking bad.
F-35 pilot, $100 million, it'll be enough. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, I got distracted by that funny meme.
Oh, great. I'm glad. Anyway. So, even small donation to Freedom Convoy after February 15th is enough to have donors' bank accounts frozen, Finance Committee told. We had to take extreme measures to freeze the accounts to basically discourage people to fund illegal activities. By the way, they can only do this right now to Canadians, as far as I can understand, because of course it's only the thing that's within their purview. But if you don't... I've seen some whisperings that the Canadian government is trying to find ways to punish Americans who donated. Which would be an international fucking shit show, you fucking moronic dipshit. Go ahead and try, though. Try and freeze Americans' bank accounts because they donated to the truckers. When you freeze someone's bank account, you are effectively removing them from society. That's true. You are trying to kill and unperson these people without outright putting a bullet in their skull. But we can see what's happening. We're not blind, okay? No one is blind to this. Peterson also said that if you were in Canada to pull your money from the banks.
This morning, I don't know what to make of all of this because it's happening so quickly. I can't believe the state to which the country has degenerated. I've been in contact with a reliable source within the Canadian military, and he told me today by email that if I had any sense, I'd take my money out of the Canadian banks because the situation is far worse than I've been informed. And so that's just one of many such messages I receive on a daily basis. So let's talk about the bank. So here's what our Prime Minister did last week. He permanently destroyed 20% of the population's faith in the entire Canadian banking system and stained the Canadian banking system's international reputation, I would say, for decades.
Yeah. So, according to Dr. Peterson, take your money and run, basically. I don't know what else to say on that point. There's also some other stuff that now Canada's getting upset. Because what do you think's gonna happen? Oh, could it be a bank run?
No.
A bank run, maybe? If you're saying we're gonna make it so you can't have any goddamn money, there might be a bank run. This is a horrible article, but like, did Justin Trudeau's financial crackdown really spark a bank run in Canada? They're trying to hide it, as they always do. Canada's federal government just announced on Monday it was directing banks and other financial institutions to cease doing business with those assisting in the Freedom Convoy. Again, that's a complete collaboration between state and private institutions. You can call that fascism, you can call that corporatism, or you can call it communism. And all of them are tyranny. All of them are totalitarian. A protest movement against vaccine mandates led by truckers that has evolved into a broader protest against the COVID restrictions. I would say, actually, it's more broad than that. Would you say, Spoon? It's not about COVID anymore.
Situation now?
Yeah.
It was never about COVID.
It was generally speaking, but it's not anymore.
You believe that?
It was about freedom. That's what you hear them shouting in the streets. They say freedom, freedom, freedom. They're not even talking about COVID. They want freedom.
Yeah, from the COOF.
From a tyrannical government, which they've tripled down on.
Which uses the COOF.
Yeah. The announcement, however, may be having an unintended consequence. News reports say Canada's banks mysteriously went offline following Freeland's announcement. And there's a lot of reports of this. This week, 5 banks in Canada, the leading ones in the country, went offline out of the blue. tech story reported Thursday. They faced a major outage of almost 5 hours, blocking access to their primary functions. Gee, what a coincidence. I don't know. Why do you think that might be the case? Well, it's just random, I guess.
They took their money and run.
Yeah. Online and mobile banking facilities were said to be out, along with access to e-transfer for the customers. Banks reported technical difficulties in processing transactions. We are currently experiencing technical issues with our online and mobile banking, as well as our phone systems. Again, what a coincidence, the Royal Bank of Canada tweeted. Our experts are investigating. How hard do you think they're investigating, Spoon? You think they're real on point on this? No. They're having a real big think. No, I think they did this on purpose. Our experts are working and are investigating and working to get this fixed as quickly as possible. No, you're not. But we have no ETA to provide at this time. Of course you don't. Look at these reports. Here's the Twitter thread. What's happening to Canada's banks right now? Scotiabank.
Oh wow,
outages.
look at that.
Royal Bank of Canada. BMO. TD Canada Trust. What a freaking coincidence. It appears whatever problems the banks experienced were largely, though not entirely, resolved by the next day. But the outages precipitated widespread speculation that Canada was experiencing a bank run or that the banks were hacked. They were experiencing a bank run. And everyone, if you've got any money in a Canadian bank, take it the fuck out now while you still can. They're stealing your money. They're going to steal your goddamn money. They're making it very clear that they're going to... It's within their right, within the laws that they just passed, to allow them to steal your goddamn money. It's within the rights of the Emergencies Act to take your money and put you in jail. So if you are in Canada, take your money out of any goddamn bank because they are working in collaboration with the banks. And I am not being conspiratorial here. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is what's placed within the act and how it's happening. And it doesn't matter, by the way, if you gave money to the trucker protest or not. They're going to go look through your social media history, and if they think that you're a dissident or that you're a wrong thinker, you never know. That's... I'm not saying to go to anything like absurd, but just be careful here, okay? Canadian bank ATMs are offline amid possibility that Trudeau had and Calf Freeland started a bank run with their trucker account freezes. Again, you're going to freeze their accounts, and then you're like, oh, gee, I don't know, Spoon. This article contends there isn't really a bank run. But the question is, why would...
the data seems to be...
But the reality is like, hey, if you do anything that we don't like, that could mean donating $10, that could be just having a bad opinion on this situation, we're gonna freeze your ability to feed yourself and your children. And then they're like, there's no bank run. Nobody would try to take their money out of our banks after we said that we're going to starve you to death for having wrong think opinions. I love that this story is trying to be like, it's not really a bank run. Despite the rumors that Canada is experiencing a panic run on banks, little actual evidence of one appears to exist. There is, however, great concern that one could happen based on surgeon searches about bank runs. I wonder why. Whether people are closing their bank accounts en masse is unclear, but it's worth... Because, again, like, I love this story. I love this stuff like this. We have no evidence, but we're going to say no. It's the same kind of PolitiFact shit. We have no evidence, but, nope. As some have, that fear of a bank run actually could cause a bank run. No, it's because
Chinese government are trolling Canadians on Twitter. What?
The fear of the bank run is because people are having their money restricted. This is a crazy article. Moreover, it would hardly be a surprise if many Canadians are suddenly withdrawing their money from major banks. It's basic cause and effect, which they're saying. Did you see this part in this article though, Spoon?
I did not.
Okay. This article, this Fee Stories, I don't know who this is saying that it's people talking about a bank run that is causing the bank run, not Trudeau freezing their accounts.
Oh, speculation.
That fear of a bank run is causing a bank run.
Well, that's not a surprise.
Maybe not because it's actually happening, they're saying. It's because they're afraid because the right wing is telling them it's going to happen. Basically.
Well, yeah, man, that's like stock market speculations.
I guess so. It's an absurdist
Like you could just
take.
say, hey, look, we're like when Trump said he's gonna make the wall solar.
Mm-hmm.
Like stocks for solar companies went fucking through the roof.
Yeah.
Just from the announcement. No, fuck all happened, but just the announcement was enough to raise the fucking level. So
right.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
We'll soon find out if Trudeau has inadvertently created bigger problems for himself and Canadians in his efforts to crack down on peaceful protesters. And for what?
Of course he has.
As many have pointed out, Trudeau is seeking to enforce vaccine mandates that aren't just morally unjust, but clearly ineffective at preventing the spread of COVID-19. We went over that, Susan. We went over it. They are not.
Yeah.
The CDC, everyone is saying this now. The worm has turned on this. It doesn't matter if you have 1 shot or 10 shots, you can catch COVID, noted Ontario Premier Doug Ford. See, the Prime Minister has triple shots, and I know hundreds of people who have had 3 shots, and he got COVID. Here we go. Let's play this real quick.
You know, you can go to Costco, you can go to Walmart, you can go shopping. You know, you don't know if the person has a shot beside you or not, but we also know that it doesn't matter if you have 1 shot or 10 shots, you can catch COVID.
Yep.
See, the Prime Minister has triple shots, and I know hundreds of people with 3 shots that caught COVID. We just have to be careful. We've got to always make sure we wash our hands and move forward. But
I don't
we
have
can't
any.
be in this position forever. We got to learn to live with this and get on with our lives. I bet if I asked every single person in this room, do you want these damn masks or do you want them off? They want them off. They want to get back to normal. They want to be able to go for dinner with their family.
Probably not this weirdos behind him. I don't
Every
know.
single person, including myself, knows people that are unvaccinated. You know, sure, there's the rebel rousers, and then there's just hardworking people that just don't believe in it, and that's their choice. This is about, again, a democracy and freedoms and liberties. And
It's not related, sir.
Telling anyone what to do. We just got to get moving forward and get out of this and protect the jobs. You know, I think a lot of people call them, probably yourself too, everyone's done with us. Like, we are done.
Yes, I'm done.
Let's start moving on and cautiously, and you know, we've followed the rules.
No,
all
throw
of us,
caution to the
90%
fucking
of
wind.
us, for over 2 years. The world's
Stop
done
being
with it.
so
So
incredibly
let's just move
gay.
But at least he's telling the fucking truth, though.
I know, but I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, what if I catch the COVID? Like, no, fuck that.
Oh no, then you have a 0.005% chance of dying.
I have the attitude of a crazed right winger.
How about this, Spoon? What's your chance of dying if you go out and walk into the street right now?
Very little, actually, I would imagine.
Probably, but I'd imagine a little bit higher. If you get in your car, your chance of dying is higher. Probably,
Yeah,
I would
true.
imagine. For your health and such like that, it's absolutely, or mine even. I'm a sicker person than you because I'm a pussy, but
Not even a smoking alcoholic.
true, that doesn't help. Yeah, that's probably why. But anyway, do you want to watch the Trevor Noah thing real quick? I figure we
Go on.
are you. I know I made you suffer earlier, and I'm sorry, not sorry for that. But I mean, I'm truly actually not sorry. But
You're very good at apologies, you know that?
Oh yeah, love you, fam.
God, I hate you.
You too. Anyway, do you have to watch the other up still?
I do.
Okay, I got this Trevor Noah thing. Now we luckily this is why whenever I put things into the we watch videos, why they have to put this dumb filter on them because the daily doesn't matter how much you play of it. Comedy Central or any kind of mainstream source.
Really gay.
I'll put it this way. I've used Fox News clips many times, and I've never, ever been copyrighted. It's only the left-wing media sources that don't want you to play their stuff. And to me, that shows me that they don't want people to actually see it who might disagree with them. I could be wrong. That could be a little conspiratorial. But let's watch
No,
this.
it's because the only time anyone ever watches their stuff
Is if we're making fun of it.
Criticize it.
Right.
Yes.
So, let's watch this nightmare clip where we can see just how terrible and evil the truckers are. And the thing is,
It may as well be the Trump truckers, let's be honest.
Trump truckers, yeah. Well, a lot of them do like Trump. But, so, this is awful. They have so heavily edited, and you guys will see this as we watch it. They have so
It's really bad,
heavily and thoroughly, awfully edited it. And of course, they get so mad. They hate Project Veritas because they say, "Oh, it's been edited. You clip people out of context." No, this is what you put on mainstream TV, not Project Veritas. And you could have some critiques at Project Veritas, but look at this horse shit, my friends. Oh, I don't care. I don't care about your fucking music. Okay, alright, sorry, I just don't want to hear their fucking music.
3 weeks ago, north of the border, a new kind of protest emerged.
A peaceful one. Yeah, peaceful one. I know. Oh, that's why he's confused. He says a new type of protest emerged. He's confused because it was a peaceful protest, and as a leftoid, he has no idea what a peaceful protest looks like. Right?
Yeah, because those ones usually are smoky but very peaceful.
Yeah, fiery but peaceful.
Gridlocked. Some residents here say that they really can take no more.
So I traveled to Ottawa.
Oh, I know. How annoying. Someone honked at you. I can't take it anymore. My cat is shitting.
Expecting to find some Canada nice, but their messaging was a bit more.
I mean, Spoon, can you imagine that the heinousness of someone saying, "Fuck Trudeau"?
Or just leave me the fuck alone.
The left would never say something like "fuck Trump," would they? They would never. They would. I mean, I couldn't imagine someone saying so disgusting
Like saying it on fucking Twitter.
as for it to not just be something that some people say, but the mainstream repeated over and over again narrative to say "fuck politically elected leader." It's really, I mean, really, we should be crying right now. It's disgusting that they would say "fuck Trudeau." Do you find it also weird? Someone else pointed this out. I don't remember who it was. It might have been Crowder. Do you find it weird they blur out the C in "fuck," even though it's already bleeped out with the maple leaf? It's kind of weird. Just seems excessive.
Of course, these trucks shut down business.
I love how he like points at it, just like, here, proof of how evil they are.
Made roads impassable.
Can I go around here? How do I get around?
I don't know, fuck yourself.
How long were the protesters planning to paralyze Canada's 8th best city?
David, how long have you been here? I've been here since day.
Do you notice one of his complaints is that he might have gotten to it yet, but he does do it later, where they're blocking the businesses. People can't do business.
Yeah.
Why
what
are
did
they?
you do for the last 3 fucking years? You shit.
Why are they protesting, you asshole? Because you blocked businesses from doing business. You ding.
Yeah. It's a bit disingenuous.
Not as a little bit. It's fundamentally and horrifically, heinously disingenuous. You're correct.
Hold it down the fort.
Pretty much. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm coming in from New York. I go by Brooklyn's kindest on the CB. There
you go.
We're
able to stay here up to 2 years.
You're committed to being here for 2 years.
Yeah, because 2 years is nothing.
Are you gonna keep
They
up
put you
Canada
through 2 years.
for 2
That's
years?
not a problem. People will bring it.
Stimulants?
No, the people will bring it. That's...
Okay.
Stimulants, like, really?
So, what the tactic he's using is, he's coming up here, he's pretending to be nice. Probably before this starts, he's like, "Oh, we're gonna have a nice little interview." These people have never been on television. They've never been on YouTube before. They've never done anything like this. None of these people have. They're normal people. So what you'll notice, he's gonna do it over and over again in this ghastly clip. Bit. What are we gonna call it? He talks to them normally, then he throws in something that he's pre-written, almost assuredly,
he tries to gaslight them.
To gaslight them or to screw them up so that they're being like, yeah, and he throws in something where he's saying he agrees with them, and then just to make them look stupid. This is evil. There's no other way I can describe what this is other than evil. You are a bad person. You are a deeply bad person, Jordan Klepper. You're a dickhead. Fuck you. Truly. Heartfelt. You know?
Smoke a lot of weed. Yeah.
Okay.
You right?
Yeah.
But that's just to calm me down and keep me centered.
Are you worried at all with weed? Paranoia?
No.
That might creep in? No.
No.
No. Do you think the government is coming for you?
Oh yeah, constantly. They do like night little tactics. They try to they move around, they move in, they add more.
Are you paranoid?
No.
Sure. What kind of stuff?
Okay. All right. Hang on. He tried to make that guy seem like he was insane, like he's a paranoid schizophrenic. The government? You think the government's gonna come for you? Yeah. Ha ha ha. That's so funny. Guess what? The government came for you. They shut down your bank account. They're stealing your dogs. Where's the paranoia? Klemper.
Yeah, especially
Klepper.
when the news is fucking reporting it.
Right. So you're lying. You're trying to make this guy seem insane. I guess it's kind of bad for the Daily Show because turned out he was completely correct. The government did come for them. They arrested. I saw someone in the chat say earlier. I saw the report that it was 100 truckers. They're not saying it's 200 have been arrested. I'm not sure if that's correct. I can confirm the 100 have been, but yeah, they're coming for you, and they're coming for your bank account, and they're coming for your children, unironically, and they're coming for your pets, and they want to destroy your life. And I have to ask you this question real quick before we get into it, Spoon. Do you think the point is to make people go so insane that they actually do get violent? Because that's what I think it is. They want violence so they can react with violence.
Yeah, that tends to be the motion of the state.
Once you are a little bit violent, then they can open fire. I think Trudeau wants nothing more. I think he salivates at the idea of sending out his police force to engage in a little Kent state kind of action. Just go fucking open goddamn fire on these people. And say, well, we had to because they were violent. I think he wants to go full Kent state. I could be wrong, but he clearly sees himself as a mini dictator. So I think he salivates at that kind of concept.
2020, I hauled from food to building supplies to medical supplies.
You have my end table that I ordered from Wayfair like 3
Fuck
weeks
off.
ago.
It's not funny. You're not funny.
Montreal or Toronto or on the border.
It would really look great in my apartment.
So
I
what
don't care.
exactly was the point of
God damn, they're so unfunny. It's astonishing.
What is this all about?
You know what?
Sorry. What is this all about?
This is about our freedom.
Gosh, lame joke.
Any more generic?
You know, if you are vaccinated, you get to do certain things. If you're not vaccinated, you don't. I don't think people should be divided. We should all be together, united.
We're setting up essentially a truck barrier to keep everybody together so that...
I hate you. I truly hate you, Klepper.
That's also not at all funny.
What those women just said is they don't want people to be treated as second-class citizens. And you are making a mockery of a real democratic cause. They do not want people to be treated as second-class citizens. The left has been clear at this point that they do. I mean, they've said it openly. They have said it openly. I'm forgetting who said this. There was some politician who said, yes, we do actually want to treat... Oh, it was in Australia. Or no, not New Zealand. It was one of the... It was a female politician in New Zealand who said, yes, we do want unvaccinated people to be second-class citizens. I'm sorry I forget her name. You can look it up. She didn't say it in as many words. Bitch. Yeah, well, what she said was essentially like, yeah, we want to create a different class of people from the vaccinated for the unvaccinated. And that's what these women are fighting against. They're fighting for freedom, and you have to mock them. You piece of shit.
They can be united.
Yes.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, we might as well lock them in. It's sort of like a parent who locks the door and says...
Sort of like how you lock people down for 2 years, and that wasn't funny. And that was funny. It's really funny to lock people down, destroy their businesses, destroy their lives. That's funny. But you can make fun of these women for saying the truck should lock down like a road for a couple weeks. Does this not make you sick, man? Just the evil? There's no other way you can describe this than evil, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
You guys are in here until the water runs out, you become friends, or democracy crumbles.
Yes.
And if you're not...
See? The trick. They're being nice, and then he says something, and they go like, yes, and they may have just even cut that entire thing out of context until democracy crumbles. Your democracy that you were describing right now is actual tyranny. Legitimate tyranny. You've removed people's human rights. You've removed their right to... Even though you're like, oh, until your water runs out. Their right to food, their right to water, their right to their animals, their right to free speech. You've removed all of it, and you're saying they're the ones fighting against democracy. You absolute piece of shit. Fuck you. I'm so deeply offended by this fucking clip. That's why I want to play it, because it's truly sickening. These are two nice old ladies just standing there trying to be polite. And he'll get back into them because he wants to ask them to curse later, and they won't. And that's funny to Trevor Noah's audience, that these ladies are polite and won't curse. Sorry, I hate this clip.
I'm vaccinated. You're literally a second-class citizen in this country.
Yeah.
I can't go to the restaurant. I can't go play hockey. I can't go watch the Ottawa Senators.
We don't live in Germany. We don't live in Nazi Germany. Those days are over. Show me your papers don't happen anymore. That's a freedom that everyone should have.
Is the Germany comparison a stretch here in Canada?
No.
Are you afraid of cultural appropriation?
Probably.
American cultural appropriation, because we use the German excuse all the time. Oddly enough, that wasn't the only thing Canadians were appropriating.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean,
I
honestly.
hate to use that slogan, but make North America great again.
Make North America great.
Oh, how many hours, Spoon, do you think it took for him to find some guy to say that?
Probably quite a bit, actually.
I would imagine. They were dying for that. And by the way, it is coming for DC, as far as I can tell. It's coming.
Yep. And the Democrats are shitting themselves.
Oh, I can't wait to watch them seethe and piss and shit and maybe come. That'll be great.
Great again, and I don't mean to
only
use
one
that
go.
guy's words, but it's true.
To be honest, it wasn't even his. He stole it from another guy before him.
I see the Q army on your
God.
head. Is it Q?
At least bless this guy, because he clearly saw this was a Daily Show dude, and he was like, yeah, you can record me, and then he must have said afterwards, like, wait a minute, Daily Show? Blur my face out, you piece of shit.
The American thing trying to find JFK Jr.? Exactly. Yes. Exactly. What Q shit is going down here?
Q? No, Q is a more USA.
You can't find what you want, did you? What'd he say?
Okay. The Q thing.
They've cut them up so much. This is sickening. This, by the way, is why you guys keep getting fucking sued by people like Kyle Rittenhouse, who, by the way, is gonna sue the shit out of Oprah Winfrey. And not Oprah Winfrey. With Whoopi Goldberg. Sorry, it's not because all women are the same. It's black women who host TV shows. I mostly like.
All loud and give away cons.
I mostly like Oprah, but yeah, like suing the shit out of Whoopi.
I just want the optics.
Yeah, well, he said that he's gonna sue the shit out of Cenk Uygur
Black
too.
man sues white woman for a shitload of money.
Well, he said he's
and fucking win.
Yeah, and he's been pretty clear he's gonna sue Junk too, which I can't wait to see.
Oh my god, yes.
I can't wait for him to make the Young Turks go out of business. It would. I mean, remember, they made tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars off their coverage of the Rittenhouse story, where they lied about him. So he should at least get all of that money back in recompense and then damages on top, I would say. Just me.
I'd like to donate, if I can. I'd like to donate to his legal fees.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can crowdfund it. Is there any reason he can't?
Kyle has crowdfunded for his legal fees, and the left is very desperately trying to take all his money away.
Oh. I would happily donate to him.
I would as well. I donated to help get him free, and I would donate to his legal fees because I want to see him take down every single lying media outlet that called him a murderer. That called him a white supremacist.
For an 18-year-old kid, he's handling it rather well.
I think some of it's going to his head, I would say, from what I've seen, but he's doing it way better than I could ever comprehend. And bless Kyle, and pray for him, please, because I hope that he gets through this and doesn't get dicked.
But they're definitely reading the same.
Oh no, the world order, Satan's kingdom, get saved. Yeah, well, who cares about the NWO stuff? They searched out so hard to find shit like this, even. Whatever.
Internet, as many Americans.
And it's more than just vaccine passport and stuff.
What else?
The Agenda 2030 is a good start.
What's Agenda 2030?
It's where the world's headed towards one government.
We'll get to that in just a moment. We'll get there in just a moment. Also, 69 Otter says Hassan is scrubbing his Twitch as we speak. He can do all the fuck he wants. He can't escape the things that he's already said.
Oh, is he?
I don't know if that's correct. 69 Otters said that, though, but in the chat. But Hassan can do whatever the fuck he wants. He can't escape from the fact that he actively defamed Kyle, as did his uncle, actively, and his uncle's co-host, as did many other people, even after he was acquitted. So...
If he's trying to scrub it, it would look like an admission to guilt.
Yeah, I mean, but Hassan is... Here's the thing, Spoon. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Hassan
is really
has
dumb.
a room temperature IQ. So
yes,
he's a very unintelligent human being. I mean, he's
an
basically a
incredibly stupid
sponge.
person.
Like I
Yeah.
would, a sea sponge. Like that's the kind of level of IQ I expect from Hassan. So yeah, he might have done that.
Sterilize us that only certain people can have kids.
Really? You're afraid the government will sterilize you?
This is
Probably not me, but down the line, yeah.
Spending 2 weeks in the cab of a truck pissing in a Mountain Dew can can't be too good for the sperm production.
Probably sterile already, so what's the difference?
what a nice guy. He's joking around, being nice. But wait, listen to what happens next.
So Margaret Atwood audiobooks are apparently a thing with Canadian truckers. And while shutting down a city seems to...
Oh, I guess I forgot it, but like he's basically joking that like the guy probably should be sterilized. Or like, haha, yeah, you're already sterile. So, who
You
cares?
should see some of the comments on this video.
What did they say? I looked at some of
Everyone's okay
them
with that guy.
where they want him to be sterilized.
Yeah.
Let's look at him.
Remember the video or the comment that I said to you, where I said that they're making his point for him?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that guy.
Let's look at the oops, sorry, fucking sound. Let's look at the comments then. So again, he's like, I think the government wants to sterilize me. Saying, where do you see the comments about this? I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, well, it happens because I can't spell. Probably sterile already. That's the only one I see.
Yeah, see.
Well, I mean, that's what he says in the thing. It seems to me that, like... Isn't it? I don't think that makes your point come across well, is all I'm saying. If that's how you're thinking about it. And the guy's being so polite and nice.
Well, he's Canadian.
Meanwhile, this dude is a real piece of shit. He is so...
He's from New York.
Yeah, he's so aggressive. I mean, he pretends to be nice, but he wants to hurt these people. Let's be clear. He's not in any way interested in hearing them out because he works for Trevor Noah. He wants to disparage them. He wants to make them all like idiots. You're a dickhead, my dude.
have many obvious downsides. Hey, excuse me.
You're really a piece of shit.
Hi. Yeah. Have you seen a Prius around here? Some see
It's not funny. You're not funny.
From literal gridlock.
The truckers are bringing in customers. They're bringing in tourists from Montreal, from all across Canada.
True.
Everybody wants to check this out.
This is essentially a tourist boom for Ottawa right now. You could feel the tourism in the air, right? You could smell it. It smells like amphetamine.
Why are you there, asshole? From New York. Are you not essentially engaging in some tourism? You piece of shit.
And, drifter blood.
God damn, I'm pissed.
The flood of 18-wheeler driving tourists and their Canadian AF outfits created legitimate tension with residents of the city.
Oh no, it's loud.
No one wants you here.
The downtown
I blurred out his face. No one wants you here. Go fuck yourself.
was shut, and there was palpable anger directed at
Oh,
local
it's
media.
loud. I'm annoyed.
They're still lying, guys. They're still lying.
And even at the Daily Show.
Gee, I wonder why. Spin, could you imagine why they would not want to talk to this guy? Considering
he's in New York.
considering that the only kind of they've gotten like a couple clips where they've had to massively cut up to be able to make anything sound even vaguely funny. Because I'm sure pretty much everyone else told him to fuck off.
Tyranny. We're getting booed over here. We've been walking around here.
Yeah, I wonder why.
There seems to be a real distrust of media here.
Oh, for sure.
It's a lot of cameras up in your face, cameras on cameras.
And while
All right, you made me laugh. You made me laugh.
Measures to try to clear the convoy.
Well, apparently that's
some
over.
Trucks are still there, and a well-funded, never-ending street party infused with misinformation and nationalism.
Oh no, nationalism's so bad when white people do it. Also, so you arrested 200 people, you got rid of their trucks forcefully with military action, and then you went, oh wait a minute, actually I wasn't allowed to do that, and but we're still gonna keep, you know,
And then went, oh fuck.
imprisoning those people. Uh-oh.
Feels remarkably possible in our own land of the free.
Yep, real
Where
soon.
does this movement go from here?
I believe it's going to be worldwide.
It's going to come to America?
Yes, definitely.
You
it
think
will.
this is inspiring the dickheads in America?
Pardon me?
This is inspiring the dickheads in America?
It's inspiring people. people of America to join together to stand for freedom.
Okay.
See, those ladies didn't want to fucking deal with his goddamn bullshit.
Take his bullshit.
Where he wanted them to agree with dickheads. Because his attempt, again, is like, say yes, dickheads in America. Yes, say yes, dickheads in America. And that time they caught him.
Like baiting them.
Of course, it's right earlier he caught them up because they weren't expecting him to say something like that because they think he's coming in good faith. And these are just simple, normal people who don't understand that someone like Crapper, or whatever his name is an asshole piece of shit who is trying to defame you. Because that's what his job is. That's what his fucking job is. He's a complete piece of shit. And I hope he, I don't know, has a bad day in Minecraft. That's all. Speaking though of the the globalist regime or whatever that he was so mad about, let's look at the thing that happened in Canada about the World Economic Forum. We're about to go down, by the way, guys. Like, we won't probably be allowed to play this stuff because this one I think is a bit of a no-go zone.
Oh, I played this.
Did you?
It's on my friggin' video today.
I didn't know. All right, cool. So here's a.
It got monetized too.
Hell yeah. Oh, speaking of monetization, as we finish up, I know a lot of people have left, but if you would like to donate to the stream. Oh, do you have your link? I've lost it again, Spoon.
Do I have to get it out?
No, I got it. I'll get it in 1 second. I'll get it in 1 second.
It sounded really shit. I should really rephrase that.
Yeah, well, let me get it out. If you have enjoyed the stream, please consider donating, which the link I've now just posted down below. It is in the pinned comment. So if you have enjoyed us fucking around, finding out, as always, I would highly appreciate if you could donate some money to us. I'm not DSPing it up, but it's up to you guys. We'll do the stream no matter what. We're gonna do it regardless. So, anywho, let's watch what happened. This is in the Canadian Parliament. No, not Canadian.
Yeah.
Canadian Parliament, yeah. Canadian Parliament discussing the issues of this, of the World Economic Forum and how it might be related to some of the things that we've just looked at. Let's watch this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my colleague's speech. I had a constituent that wanted me to ask a question about outside interference to our democracy. Klaus Schwab is the head of the World Economic Forum, and he bragged how his subversive WEF, World Economic Forum, has, quoted, infiltrated governments around the world. He said that his organization had penetrated more than half of Canada's cabinet. And I was wondering, in the interest of transparency, could the member please name which cabinet ministers are on board with the WEF's agenda? My concern is the deputy.
Order. I know he was. I know that.
It might have been a little bit quiet. I'm gonna replay some of it because I think some of my stuff. I'm gonna just replay the clip because I think my audio was a little quiet. One more time, sorry.
It's the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my colleague's speech. I had a constituent that wanted me to ask a question about outside interference to our democracy. Klaus Schwab is the head of the World Economic Forum, and he bragged how his subversive WEF, World Economic Forum, has, quoted, infiltrated governments around the world. He said that his organization had penetrated more than half of Canada's cabinet. And I was wondering, in the interest of transparency, could the member please name which cabinet ministers are on board with the WEF's agenda? My concern is the deputy.
Order.
Okay.
I know that.
All right, so we got the basic thing. Sorry, I just want to replay it twice because the volume was a little low. So, interesting what happened there, isn't it? Basically, I mean, what happened according to your perspective, Spoon?
My perspective?
Yeah, well, I think I saw what happened. Some guy came in and said, like, well...
Some guy came in and just said, hey, look, here are some things I'm legitimately worried about as a concerned voter of the fucking country, because he said it was one of his constituents.
Who's this Klaus Schwab guy?
and then the worst attempt at lying I have ever seen in my entire life fucking happened, where this jackass just says, "Oh, it was a really good question, but the audio is really bad." Fucking answer it then, shithead. And then he comes out and just says, "Oh, I didn't really hear it." Bitch, you heard that entire fucking thing. Your face said at the beginning when as soon as that German son of a bitch's name was mentioned, your fucking face changed instantly. And you waited till the very
Let's look at
end to hear the bloody question.
You can see
you
it.
heard every fucking bit of that.
Klaus Schwab is the head of the World
Look at it right there. Right there. Right there. That's where he... I'm going to mute. Look at this. He's just kind of... Look at him jovially. He's like looking at his thing. Klaus Schwab. This is his face when he hears the word Klaus Schwab. Here's his face 2 seconds before. He's smiling. All of a sudden, that's a conspiracy theory. Does that seem a little bit sussy-wussy baka shit to you? Who is Klaus Schwab and what is the World Economic Forum is a question that we'll probably have to get into in more detail. But what the World Economic Forum has said, briefly speaking, is that we need to engage in a total rehaul of the U.S. economy. We need to engage in this great reset. And to me, it seems that it's likely that COVID is a little part of that. I could be wrong. But I do have a better clip, which is one of your heinous folk. Actually, but a similar... Why it's interesting, though, is that a similar instance has happened before, where the second that you start to talk, just even...
people into this who well short.
Ask basic questions about Klaus Schwab, you get shut down. So this is in the Netherlands Parliament.
Klaus Schwab, oprichter en voorzitter van het World Economic
And I'm sorry, you
Forum.
have to look at the
En hij
subtitles.
heeft ook een boek geschreven met als pakkende titel COVID-19, The Great Reset. En mijn vraag aan de...
Let me make sure. Sorry, I might have to go back because I think I cut out a little bit of the subtitles. My bad. Just because I have certain filters already in place. Let's just fix this real quick. Just make sure we'll have to start back over to make sure that everyone can see the subtitles. Yeah. Oop, not correct. Okay.
Someone said to me, "I'm simping for this organization," and I said I would never simp for an organization run by fucking German.
Let's see. There should be the subtitle should be. I mean, you can always translate them, can't you? You can speak Dutch, right? I'm just fucking with you. All right, one more time.
eerste is de heer Klaus Schwab,
One of these globus here is Mr. Klaus
oprichter
Schwab.
en voorzitter van het World Economic Forum. En hij heeft ook een boek geschreven
Word a
met
book with
als
title
pakkende
COVID-19,
titel
The Great Reset.
COVID-19, The Great Reset. En mijn vraag aan de demissionair minister-president is: hoe beoordeelt hij de inhoud van dit boek?
De minister-president.
Ik ken het boek niet, voorzitter.
I don't know about this book. I don't even know what it
Ik
is.
zou de heer Vermeijeren willen adviseren om niet al te veel in al die conspiracy
It's just a
theorieën.
conspiracy
Ik kijk
theory.
ze ook allemaal op YouTube. Ik vind het altijd fascinerend hoe dan...
Well, we'll hope you watch this one, ding dong.
9/11 niet heeft
This is the PM of Netherlands, by the way.
knap in elkaar gezet, maar het is meestal wat het is, een conspiracy theorie.
Put together nicely.
Nou, het
Just a
verbaast mij
conspiracy
dat
theory.
De eerste vraag die ik aan de heer Rutte
This
stel
man is
sinds ik
unfazed,
ben als Kamerlid
based, by
direct
the way.
wordt beantwoord. Dank u wel, maar het verbaast mij dat die eerste vraag direct wordt beantwoord met een leugen.
Yeah, you didn't
Ik
answer
heb
his
namelijk
question.
een brief in mijn hand, die dateert van 26 november 2020. En dat is een brief van de heer Rutte aan de heer Klaus Schwab, waarin hij de heer Schwab bedankt voor het toezenden van zijn boek. En dit noemt een hoopvolle analyse voor een betere toekomst. Zou de heer Rutte nog even kunnen graven in zijn geheugen? Het is nog geen half jaar geleden, dus ik weet niet hoe lang uw herinneringen actief blijven. Maar waarschijnlijk is dit nog wel ergens op te graven.
Conveniently can't remember it, can you?
Vraag opnieuw te beantwoorden en nu...
Yeah, called out like a motherfucker.
Absolutely.
Het antwoord is dat
Based
dat
boy.
een nette brief is. Waarin je helaas niet alle boeken die je toegestuurd krijgt...
So he sent you a thank you letter for your book, but he didn't read it. Okay.
Nou, dan zegt de heer Rutte dus eigenlijk dat hij niet heeft gelogen tegen mij, maar tegen de heer Klaus Schwab. Maar laat ik dan hier direct alsnog de vraag stellen. De heer Klaus Schwab, die pleit in zijn boek voor het resetten van onze wereld, om onze nationale parlementaire democratie te vervangen door een globale technocratie. Hij pleit ervoor dat er een einde komt aan privébezit. En De heer
End
Rutte
of
is
private
er
property.
kennelijk niet eens van bewust dat hij dit een hoopvolle boodschap voor een betere toekomst
And a hopeful
heeft
future by
genoemd.
ending
Hoe is
private
het ook dat
property.
de heer Rutte een waardeoordeel hecht
A neo-communist
aan een boek
message.
met een neocommunistische boodschap, terwijl hij dat boek niet eens gelezen heeft?
Dank u wel, de minister-president.
And then he's just like, oh, no, nay. How interesting. Always really activates my almonds. So what's your take on Klaus Schwab? Do you have one?
Minecraft him.
It's
You think I'm
getting...
kidding? I'm actually not.
I know. It's getting a little late.
There are some people that you don't play nice with because they're psychopaths. He is one of them. It's not
agree.
someone you're going to fix. That is someone you need to get rid of like a cancer.
Well, it's somebody who actively states they want to destroy society. They want to destroy human civilization and rebuild it in their own image, which is horrifyingly narcissistic and psychotic. Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
So, when you have someone like that, first of all, their lies and their evil needs to be brought into the light. What's that guy's name? I do have it.
The Dutch boy?
The Dutchoid, yeah. I'll have it here somewhere. 1 second.
You always speak about my people in such disparaging terms.
You called him a Dutchoid. I just agreed.
No, I said the Dutch boy.
Oh. I thought you said called him a Dutchoid.
Fuck's sake, I got to defend my peoples.
Oh
Gotta
shit.
defend them from this fucking bastardized Anglo.
I'm not an Anglo. How dare you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're bastardized.
Oh, how awful. Oh, his name's Gideon von...
We always
actually,
like to bring race into this stream.
You always do it. Can you pronounce his name better than I can? This is this guy's name. I'll send it to you on Discord. Pronounce it Dutchoid. There you go. So we can give this man what he deserves. I don't know how to pronounce his name correctly. I mean, I could try.
Gideon.
Gideon van Meijeren?
Gideon is how you say the Dutch.
Gideon van... Alright, here's how I'd pronounce his name. I'm from West Virginia. I'd say that's Gideon van Meijeren.
No. Meijeren.
That's Van... Now, that looks like a Gideon van Meijeren.
Gideon van Meijeren. Is probably how you'd say it in Afrikaans. I don't know about the Dutch one.
That sounds like a Gideon van Meijeren to me. Like, yeehaw.
God. Like, how to sound like you lost your virginity at a fucking county fair.
Oh, now we gotta go. We gotta fucking go in the ring. How dare you? Alright. Well...
What if someone's just one gonna try and punch me now?
No. I would miss and punch myself, most likely. So...
And I would just look at you like...
Alright, we only have a couple of things left that we could do if you want to keep going, because we've been going for a while. We have the BLM is Marxist video you sent me. Then we also have the whole
that's
Ukrainian...
a bit long one.
Okay, well, would you like to talk about...
That's over a fucking hour.
It's an hour, that video?
Yes, it's fucking... That's why I said you and I should watch it sometime, because it's a fucking hour-long
Let's save
video.
that for next week. Then let's end with the tepid responses to the Ukraine situation, I suppose, right?
This is out of my pay grade, I'll be honest.
I don't know how much we need to talk about it, but Joe Biden is kind of saying maybe... Nah, actually not really.
You know what video she played?
Hmm?
Can you play that C-SPAN video where the
What?
guy gets called out? Did we ever do a video on that?
No, send it to me. I have to use the bathroom real quick. Oh, fuck. Send it to me. And entertain the chat.
Oh, it's the funniest video. This happened a while ago. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It was the guy... He was a guy from C-SPAN, and they were saying the Russians are engaging in this false flag operation. And the guy just says, "Where's your evidence for this?" And just says, "Well, I just told you." And said, "No, that's you just asserting things. That's not evidence." And it goes for like 10 minutes. Just back and forth. As this guy is getting fucking mauled to pieces because he's obviously talking a load of shite. And it's funny. Oh, what is this? I think if you type in C-SPAN owned, you'll actually find it. Yes, it's about search history. Oh, God. I need to find this. I don't tell me they actually took this. Okay, here we go. For a second, I thought they took this down. I'd have been pissed.
What's good? Sorry about that.
Hold on.
Did you have an idea of what you want to do?
It's this video.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Yeah, because it's really funny.
Okay. Oh, this is funny. I have seen this, but let's play it. All right, I'm gonna pop over here.
Oh, you've seen this?
I think so. Let's watch it.
It's really good.
Okay, so we're gonna watch the other. Ready?
Oh, this is my favorite clip I've seen in a long time.
All right. Okay.
It's so good.
We have previously noted our strong concerns regarding Russian disinformation and the likelihood that Moscow might seek to create, a false flag operation to initiate military activity. Now, we can say that the United States has information that Russia is planning to stage fabricated attacks by Ukrainian military or intelligence forces as a pretext for a further invasion of Ukraine.
2002 called, they want their Iraq war bullshit back.
It never ends. It never fucking ends, my dude.
One possible option the Russians are considering, and which we made public today, involves the production of a propaganda video. A video with graphic scenes of false explosions.
Man, this is like a next level case of production.
Gotta do a false explosion. I know, it's crazy. You gotta have a false explosion.
By the way, I've said this to Aiden before. I don't know about the rest of you, but when you guys look at this this guy's face, does he not look straight up like one of the synths in Fallout?
Yeah, he looks like an NPC.
Because his face does not look real.
He looks like an NPC.
There's no emotion behind his face.
No.
At all.
No.
None.
It is kind of weird. Anyway.
Corpses, crisis actors pretending to be mourners, and images of destroyed locations.
It's that he's reading from a script.
I mean, he obviously is. So.
But like, it's dead straight in front of him, and it's enough that it looks like it's close enough to where his eyes doesn't need to move to go from line to line, because it's just dead focus on this thing, and it does look really unnatural, and the tone is, I'm reading a speech right now. Russia is engaging in misinformation. Like, it's just bland as shit.
Russia bad.
We good.
Yeah.
Or military equipment, entirely fabricated.
Fabricated.
Intelligence.
I fuck up all the time.
The production of this propaganda video is one of a number of options that the Russian government is developing as a fake pretext to initiate and potentially justify military aggression against Ukraine. We don't know if Russia will necessarily use this or another option in the coming days. We are publicizing it now, however, in order to lay bare the extent of Russia's destabilizing actions towards Ukraine and to dissuade Russia.
Riley Robo says, dude, looks like he's from Detroit Become Human. He just sure does.
Launching a military attack. Russia has signaled it's willing to continue diplomatic talks as a means to de-escalate, but actions such as these suggest otherwise. We will continue to diligently work together with our allies and partners to expose Russian disinformation and other hybrid tactics used against Ukraine. We continue to work to prevent.
It does feel like you're just being talked to by an AI,
to justify
honestly.
Further military action in Ukraine. We again urge Russia to stop its destructive and destabilizing disinformation campaign, to de-escalate tensions, and to engage in diplomacy.
Yeah, please, please, Russia, please. Please stop.
Thank you.
Please stop.
Okay, well, that's quite a mouthful there. So actions such as these.
It's quite a mouthful there. And god damn. Sorry if my mic is speaking, I don't know why. Suddenly my mic started working better than it was before, because before it was like not picking up my shit. Sorry, continue.
What action are you talking about?
One, the actions I just pointed to. The fact that Russia continues to engage in disinformation campaigns.
You made an allegation that they might.
Have an example, dingus.
Misinformation literally just means anything we don't like to hear.
Yeah, give an
That's
example.
all it means now.
Give me one example.
They will never give an example.
Of course not, you dipshit. God damn. So frustrating.
That's me or them?
what we
No, they're frustrating, not you. You're not a dipshit. I mean, you can be sometimes, but usually not.
know, Matt, is
This is the one who puts me through torture for our own amusement.
Yeah, that's true. I am to blame for that.
But let me because obviously this is not the first time we've made these reports public. You'll remember that just a few weeks ago.
I'm sorry. Made what report public?
If you'll let me finish, I will tell you what report we made public. We told you a few weeks ago that we have information indicating Russia also has already prepositioned a group of operatives to conduct a false flag operation in eastern Ukraine. So that, Matt, to your question, is an action that Russia has already taken.
It's an action that you say that they have taken. You have shown no evidence to confirm that. And I'm going to
he has to just shake his head and be like, yeah, true. True, to be honest.
This is like crisis
no cap.
Really? This is like Alex Jones territory.
You got called Alex Jones.
Look at that face.
I know look at how defeated he is.
That face
it's
is
amazing.
like, oh God, do I have to deal with this? I don't get paid enough. I want a raise. I want to go on holiday.
They probably, how much money is he making? An absurd amount, I'm sure.
Probably, yeah.
Little cocksucker.
Like, look at this. Like, his demeanor is like, I'm
sincerely
fucking called out for this
Yeah,
shit.
he looks like he wants to fucking end himself, man.
Of course.
It's funny,
I would be too.
Now, this is derived from information known to the U.S. government, intelligence information that we have declassified.
That doesn't mean anything.
Huh?
It means nothing what this guy said. We have information. No, you don't. You go fuck all.
No, you don't. You just basically admitted you don't. That was speculated.
Let me just say. Let me just say this. How can you say we have information, which would tell the people you have sensitive information? Okay, well, if they know you have sensitive information, why don't you just share it? You've already told them you have the info.
I guess. I guess that would be the.
Well, if it's sensitive, why would you tell people that you have sensitive information anyway?
Good question. Good question. I don't know.
Classified. I think you
know.
Okay,
well, where is it? Where is this information?
It is intelligence information that we have declassified.
Well, where is it? Where's the declassified information?
I just delivered it.
No, you didn't. You said that it's something somewhere, but you didn't deliver it. You just said there's something somewhere.
Would you like us to print it out the topper? Because you will see a transcript of this briefing that you
asshole.
can print out for yourself.
Yes.
That's not evidence, Ned. That's you saying it. That's not evidence.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's the funniest phrase of this whole exchange. Of him just playing, it's like, no, that's not evidence.
I told you it exists. It's somewhere. Okay, well, can we see it?
Do
you want us to send it to you? Or do you want
would you like, Matt?
Wait a minute.
I would like proof that you
yeah.
That you can show that
Matt, you have
that shows that the Russians are doing this. Ned, I've been doing this for a long time.
I know, that was my point. You have been doing this for quite a while. You know that when we declassify intelligence information, we do so in a means. We do so.
There we go.
We do so with an eye to protecting sources and methods.
Is not going to fall. I remember a lot of things. So where is the declassified information other than you?
Dude, he's fucking seething.
Matt, I'm sorry you don't like the format, but we have declassified.
It's not the format; it's the content.
You just told him.
Like the content. I'm sorry you.
Dude,
I'm sorry
source,
you were doubting
trust
the
me,
information
bro.
that is in the possession of the U.S. government.
No,
what I'm telling you is that this is information that's available to us. We are making it available to you in order for a couple reasons. One is to attempt to deter the Russians from going ahead with this activity. Two, in the event we're not able to do that, in the event the Russians do go ahead with this, to make.
I was saying this in a press briefing. A deterrent.
I don't know. Yeah, well, because they're supposed to be so afraid of the Biden administration. Aren't you terrified?
I'm afraid of what they will stupidly do.
I'm afraid of what the Biden administration will do.
I'm not afraid of what the Russians or the Ukrainians will do. I'm afraid what some fucking limey, demented, porridge for brain shithead might do.
First of all, like, tell me if you agree. I don't think it's our fucking business. America needs to stop playing world police.
No, and I think it's the case with a lot of Americans. That's one of the things I liked about Trump is he did not start any new fucking wars.
And I don't want Ukrainians to be harmed, but it's not really our place to step in. We're not the world police. It's ridiculous. And I have a statistic on that too, but let's finish this.
Make it clear as day, to lay bare the fact that this has always been an attempt on the part of the Russian Federation to fabricate a pretext.
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence to back it up other than what you're saying. It's like you're saying, we think we have information the Russians may do this, but you won't tell us what the information is. And then when you're asked,
that is the idea behind deterrence, Matt. That is the idea behind deterrence.
And when
it
you're
is our hope.
What are you doing to deter him?
That's called bluffing.
Yeah, you're bluffing. And Biden came out.
That's not deterrence, my friend. That's just you going like, we have information. Do you have any evidence for it? No, but we're just going to tell you what we do. That's a bluff.
Yes, but no. Right.
That the Russians don't go forward with this.
When you're asked what the information is, you say, "I just gave it to you," but that's not what
you seem not to understand. You seem not to understand the idea of deterrence. We are trying to deter the Russians from moving forward with this type of activity. That is why we're making it public today. If the Russians don't go forward with this, that is not ipso facto an indication that they never had plans to do so.
But then it's unprovable. I mean, my God. What is the evidence that you have?
It is laughable. It's honestly laughable.
Matt,
I mean, I'm not saying that they're not, but you just come out
laughable.
and say this and expect us just to believe it.
Trust me, bro.
You showing a shred of evidence that it's actually true. Other than when I ask, or when anyone else asks, what's the information? You said, well, I just gave it to you, which was just you making a statement.
Matt, you said yourself, you've been in this business for quite a long time. You know that when we make information, intelligence information public, we do so in a way that protects sensitive sources and methods.
It's not public, you fucking moron.
Yeah,
he just asked you for it.
And you
said, didn't say, like, I just said it. So it's not fucking public, you twat.
What a piece of shit.
God, this is just stupid.
You also know that we declassify information only when we're confident in that information. If you doubt the credibility of the U.S. government, of the British.
So does everyone at this point, especially if you talk this kind of shit.
Yeah, obviously. Obviously. Gee, I wonder why people don't think their governments are telling them the truth when your sources trust me, bro.
Government of other governments and want to.
I definitely don't trust the British government either, not since the Steele dossier.
Yeah, that was great. That all got debunked, didn't it?
Yep.
And nobody cares.
There's more information on that coming up, by the way.
Yeah, of course there is.
On the Durham probe. If you, by the way, if you want to know, there's the best place to go for like anti-Clinton news is H.A. Goodman. Because H.A. Goodman covers the Durham probe in like excruciating fucking detail.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's gonna, again, the average American person, they won't, because they're hiding all of this, you know, their mainstream media partners will not report on it because they are completely aligned.
Oh, the Clinton News Network won't report bad things on Clinton? Oh,
no.
I'm shocked.
I know, it is shocking, isn't it? Oh, this is awful.
You know, find solace in information that the Russians are putting out. That is for you to do.
No, he's just asking you for information. That's all.
What is it supposed to mean?
Officials are describing very specific scenes, but do they actually have a video?
The fact that we are able to go into such great detail, obviously I'm not going to spell out what is in our possession, but I will leave it to you. I will leave that to your judgment, your imagination.
There are no facts that you've spelled out.
Do you have evidence this was intended to come out in the coming days?
We've said, Ben, for some time now that the Russians have positioned forces. They have undertaken preparations that if Putin decides to move forward with an invasion, they're positioned to do so. They are poised to do so.
In the coming days.
One last thing. Like, I'm not buying into Russian propaganda, but I'm also not going to buy into.
Yeah, I'm not asking you into U.S. propaganda.
Yeah, you are. You're saying the proof is that I just said it. So let me just appeal to you, on behalf of all of us, and the American people, and the people of the world, and the Russian people, and the Ukrainian people. One piece of evidence.
Look at him just smiling.
That the Russians are planning
what a piece of shit.
Crisis actors to stage a false mass casualty event to use as a pretext. Just one piece, okay? And not you or Kirby or Jen or John Feiner or Jake saying this is what is so, and then you turning around and saying, well, because we said it, it's a fact.
So let me
make. This is how communist dictatorships work. I said it, therefore it's true. That's the level that we're at right now.
I acknowledge this will probably be unsatisfactory to you in the moment, but here's what I think you know, what I certainly know. what everyone here knows. There are 100,000 Russian troops encircling Ukraine right now, approaching Ukraine's borders, close to the borders. There are thousands of Russian troops, with the potential for some 30,000 Russian troops to stream in to Belarus. All of these forces are positioned, could well be positioned, if Putin makes that decision, to engage on Ukraine in a coordinated assault. We also know that the Russians have resorted to these tactics in the past, have developed a remarkably similar playbook in 2014.
You know who's
and did they invade when they did any of this?
No.
No.
Well, they did. With the Crimea.
Crimea?
Crimea, yeah. But
Why
it's
didn't they do this during Trump?
because they were afraid of Trump. The Trump would actually. So what has Biden's response to this been? By the way, now that they're actually
about that,
he said we could go over the press conference. I don't actually think it's worth going through. It's 8 minutes long. This is better, honestly. But Biden's press conference essentially. I'll put it on. We can put it on in. I don't know how much you want to.
Biden's press conference is essentially, never mind.
It's never mind. Yeah.
That's most of his press conferences.
Simply, Russia just announced that it is carving out a big chunk of Ukraine. Last night, Putin authorized Russian forces to deploy into these regions. Today, he asserted that these regions are actually extend deeper than the two areas he recognized, claiming large areas currently under the jurisdiction of the Ukraine government. He's setting up a rationale to take more territory by force, in my view. And if we...
Who fucking
in your
gives
opinion?
a shit?
In your opinion? Yeah.
Can I just ask, like, who gives a crap?
Ukrainians, probably.
Let's say he does. Okay, but who gives a shit? Like, who in the West gives a shit, and why should we give a shit?
I don't actually know.
Yeah. Good point.
We'll get into it.
We listened to his speech last night, and many of you did, I know. He's setting up a rationale to go much further. This is the beginning of a Russian invasion of Ukraine, as he indicated and asked permission to be able to do from his Duma. So let's begin to, I'm going to begin to impose sanctions in response far beyond the steps we and our allies and partners implemented in 2014.
Oh, no, sanctions.
With this invasion, we stand prepared.
Russia's already under a ton of sanctions. As you just pointed out, Joe. They don't care. You're not...
He has reinstated the Trump ones, by the way.
Yeah.
In the last couple of hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they were already under sanctions. This is so tepid.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck.
To go further as with sanctions. Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that
Because he didn't give a shit, that's why. That's what he thinks gives him the right. And he knows that you're a pussy bitch and you're not going to do anything. And you shouldn't do anything, by the way. I don't want you to.
Over the last few months, we've coordinated closely with our NATO allies and partners in Europe and around the world to prepare that response. We've said all along, and I've told Putin to his face more than a month ago, that we would act together. And the moment Russia moved against Ukraine, Russia has now undeniably moved against Ukraine.
No one believes any of this.
No, it's all bullshit.
No, it's complete.
This is saber rattling bullshit.
Yeah.
And you're barely even saber rattling.
These independent states. So today, I'm announcing the first tranche of sanctions to impose costs on Russia in response to their actions yesterday. These have been closely coordinated with our allies and partners and will continue to escalate sanctions if Russia escalates. We're implementing full blocking sanctions on two large Russian financial institutions, VEB.
My God, only Biden can make warring sound fucking boring.
I know, right? Because he's not going to actually go to war. Oh, I'm going to impose some sanctions.
Boring.
Yeah.
I'm gonna impose some sanctions on Belarus.
Yeah. Snooze.
And their military bank. We're implementing comprehensive sanctions on Russia's sovereign debt. That means we've cut off Russia's government from Western financing. It can no longer
Throw some
raise
firecracker
money
at his
from
feet
the West
already.
They don't care.
and
They don't
cannot
care.
trade in its new debt on our
They'll just trade with
markets or
China,
European
idiot.
markets
Yeah,
either.
bone rattling.
Starting tomorrow and continuing in the days ahead, we'll also impose sanctions on Russia's elites and their family members. They share in the corrupt gains of the Kremlin policies and should share in the pain as well. And because of Russia's actions, we've worked with Germany to ensure Nord Stream 2 will not, as I promised, will not move forward. As Russia contemplates its next move, we have our next move prepared as well. Russia will pay an even steeper price if it continues its aggression, including additional
Like
sanctions.
what? Oh, more
The
sanctions.
United States
Okay.
will continue to provide defensive assistance to Ukraine in the meantime, and will continue to reinforce and reassure our NATO allies. Today, in response to Russia's admission that it will not withdraw its forces from Belarus, I have authorized additional movements of U.S. forces and equipment already stationed in Europe to strengthen our Baltic allies, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Let me be clear, these are totally defensive moves on our part.
Right. Okay.
Nah.
They're not gonna do shit. Is what you're
Oh
saying.
yeah, sure they are.
Which, by the way, I will say, I can support. I don't want us to go to. I don't want the U.S. to go to war with Russia over Ukraine. Sorry.
We have no intention of fighting Russia. We want to send an unmistakable message, though, that the United States, together with our allies, will defend every inch of NATO territory.
But not the United States border.
Oh, of course not. Never. Never ever.
And abide by the commitments we made to NATO. We still believe that Russia is poised to go much further in launching a massive military attack against Ukraine.
I believe.
Yeah, they're just gonna take it over. They're just gonna take it over, dude. It's Kiev
Yeah,
and
look at the
Rus.
show you're using.
They think it's their rightful clay. It's really not our business, honestly. I mean, I don't want anyone to get hurt, but it's not America's goddamn business.
Yeah.
Hope I'm wrong about that. Hope we're wrong about that. But Russia has only escalated its threat against the rest of Ukrainian territory, including major.
Well, Joe, you've been infamously known for being wrong on every fucking foreign policy decision your entire career. So, yeah, chances are you'll be wrong about this as well.
Yeah, Ukraine is not part of NATO, so.
Yeah.
No.
That was specifically the agreement with Putin, actually.
Yeah.
Including major cities and including the capital city of Kyiv. There are still well over 150.
Hang on. I can't let that pass. In Kyiv. You know, the capital of the Ukraine? Kyiv. Not Kiev. Fine. Whatever.
You can't read.
Yeah, he's dumb.
50,000 Russian troops surrounding Ukraine. And as I said, Russian forces remain positioned in Belarus to attack Ukraine from the north, including warplanes and offensive missile systems. Russia's moved troops closer to Ukraine's border with Russia. Russia's naval vessels are maneuvering in the Black Sea to Ukraine's south, including amphibious assault ships, missile cruisers, and submarines. Russia's moved supplies of blood and medical equipment into position on their border. You don't need blood unless you plan on starting a war. Over the last few days, we've seen much of the
they clearly
playbook
are, dude.
that Secretary Blinken laid out last week in the United Nations Security Council come to pass. A major increase in military provocations and false flag events along the line of contact in the Donbass.
Oh, I meant to say flag that time correctly.
Dramatically staged, conveniently on-camera meeting of Putin's Security Council to grandstand for the Russian public. And now, political provocation of recognizing sovereign Ukrainian territory as so-called.
It's laughing at him grandstanding for the public, yeah, because Biden would never do that.
Oh, never. Never.
Fucking hell.
Called independent republics in clear violation, again, of international law. President Putin has sought authorization from the Russian parliament to use military force outside of Russian territory. And this set the stage for further pretexts of further provocations by Russia to try to justify further military action. None of us should be fooled. None of us will be fooled. There is no justification. Further Russian assault in Ukraine remains a severe threat in the days ahead. And if Russia proceeds, it is Russia and Russia alone that bears the responsibility. As we respond, My administration is using every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers from rising prices at the pump. As I said last, defending freedom.
I'm sorry. Spoon, he has to move into his economic thing. How's he defending American consumers from rising prices at the pump?
By trying to suck off OPEC as hard as he can.
I guess so.
And not allowing any drilling on his own federal lands. America has more than enough fucking energy to not only consume themselves, but to actually export it under fucking Trump.
But
First thing
no.
it fucking it does is, hey, look, we'll just turn off all the fucking domestic power production.
Yep,
and
you
they
can't
go,
be
oh
energy
wow,
independent.
why is the energy so expensive right now? Because you shut off local energy supply, you fucking dweeb.
Yeah, but Trump did that, so it's bad.
No, Trump did it because it's good.
Yeah.
Us as well, and here at home. We need to be honest about that.
You've never been honest about anything in your entire life, you see that old fart.
I'm going to take robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, not ours. We're closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption.
Biden, your economy is already fucked. What the fuck are you talking about?
Consumers and producers toward a collective investment to secure stability in global energy supplies. This will blunt gas prices. I want to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump.
They're already
critical to me.
They're already in a lot of pain because of your bullshit. Because you shut down things like Keystone XL. Okay.
You want to limit the pain on the American people? Then resign.
Yeah, exactly. Resign, asshole. That would limit the
and take
pain.
that Clintonian fucking half-wit with you.
Yeah, don't give it to Kamala. So actually, don't resign. That might be worse. That might be
Fucking
worse.
Christ's sakes. And Nancy Pelosi as well. Fucking sinner little bitch. Drunken
last 3
skunk.
days, I've been in constant contact with European leaders, including with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Vice President Harris met in person with the leaders in Germany over the weekend at the Munich conference, including President Zelensky.
I'm sure they wanted to blow their brains out.
At every step, we have shown the United States and our allies and partners are working in unison, which he hasn't been counting on, Mr. Putin. We're united in our support of Ukraine.
Not
We are
really.
united in our opposition to Russian aggression.
No,
We're
no.
united in our resolve.
Everything you've said here is like, we'll do some sanctions or something. We're not gonna do shit. And you shouldn't, by the way. But you gotta go saber rattle. Piece of shit.
To defend our NATO alliance. And we're united in our understanding of the urgency and seriousness.
Ukraine's not in NATO. What is this? Like, this is so, like, you just expect American people to be so politically illiterate. It blows my mind.
Of the threat Russia is making to global peace and stability. Yesterday, the world heard clearly the full extent of Vladimir Putin's twisted rewrite of history.
Vladimir
Going
Putin.
back more than a century, as he waxed eloquently. Noting that, well, I'm not going to go into it. But
Yeah, because you
nothing
can't
in
remember
Putin's
it. You see that old butt.
indicate any interest in pursuing real dialogue on European security in the year 2022. He directly attacked Ukraine's right to exist. He indirectly threatened territory formerly held by Russia, including nations that today are thriving democracies and members of NATO.
There's that word.
He explicitly threatened war unless his extreme demands were met. And there's no question that Russia is the aggressor. So we're clear-eyed about the challenges we're facing.
And what are you going to do?
Nonetheless, there is still time to avert the worst-case scenario that will bring untold suffering to millions of people if they move as suggested. The United States and our allies and partners remain open to diplomacy if it is serious.
God, he looks like
When
such a
all
corpse.
is said and done, we're going to judge Russia by its actions, not its words.
And what
whatever Russia
are you
does
gonna
next,
do?
we're ready to respond with unity, clarity, and
Unity.
conviction.
Okay.
We'll probably have more to say about this as it moves on. I'm hoping
It's a
diplomacy is still available. Thank you all very much.
No questions. No questions. Are there?
Are you still open to meeting with Vladimir Putin, sir?
Do you have a response to this? It wasn't I'm doing what German daddy is telling me to.
It is not too late for Russia to seek a diplomatic resolution and re-establish a pathway to peace. But it is also clear that Russian actions violate international law and threaten international peace and security. So today, I am also authorizing a deployment of up to 460 members of the Canadian Armed Forces to Operation Reassurance. This involves more troops to Latvia, as well as the deployment of an additional frigate and maritime patrol aircraft.
Oh, I did died. Sorry,
We're doing
I meant.
this to reinforce
Here's
our
Trudy. His whole
commitment to
460
NATO
troops. Yeah.
and promote peace and security in Europe.
Доброго дня, шановні друзі. Нарешті території, ще раз наголошую, в залежності від тих питань, від тих загроз, які можуть виникати на тих чи інших територіях, буде чи то більш посилений, чи то більш послаблений надзвичайний стан. Мова йде саме про прикордонні території, мова йде про ті території, там, де на сьогоднішній день ми маємо кордон з Російською Федерацією, маємо кордон з Білорусі. Ви знаєте, що там відбувається навчання, там відбувається пересування їх військових техніки.
If Putin thinks it is in his interest to invade another sovereign country, we have to demonstrate to him that it is not.
Yeah, how are you going to do that, Trudy?
That he will not come through this.
Yes, your 460 something troops is really terrifying.
460. Oh, I'm sure he's shaking in his comfortable, but his fashionable but comfy boots.
Better or stronger. That this is harming Russia. We are looking for Russia to stand down, to cease its violation of Ukrainian sovereignty.
Yes, Russia getting more territory is definitely bad for Russia.
Yeah. Again, if you can, I know that part of the screen is covering it, but the woman on the left is like having a spurg out the entire time. It's kind of funny.
It looks like you know those remote control sex toys you can have that just like cranks up the dial.
Oh yeah.
She's using one of those.
On her.
Yeah. Someone's just like fucking with her.
Ukrainian territorial integrity, to return to the diplomatic negotiation tables instead of tossing the Minsk agreement out the window as they chose to invade a sovereign independent nation. Russia needs to stand down. It needs to understand that there are consequences for a country that chooses to use force to violate fundamental precepts of international law that has kept our world.
I love it when all this crap with the WEF coming out and these fuckers are talking about sovereign nations.
I know, how funny. How
dude,
just cute.
Right? It's adorable, but this act is starting to wear thin.
It sure is. Everyone can see you for what you are. Emperor has no clothes.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Yep.
World stable for many, many decades.
Nope. Nope. Bullshit. What else do I have? Oh, I do have a couple other things here to finish this up in terms of the this particular issue. So there was did Biden underestimate Putin? He got asked this over this problem. Did Biden underestimate Putin? Here, let's hear the question. It's a very important question, and let's hear Joe Biden's fascinating response.
You may have underestimated Putin. Thank you. Time to move. Thank you. Thank you.
We're waiting, Joe. And camera fade out because you have no goddamn answer. You senile old bastard.
That guy is not the president.
No shit, obviously not.
I don't care what anybody says. That guy is not running jack shit.
But here
Biden... I don't know who's running the White House, but that guy is not the president.
Biden also thinks it's funny, though, yeah.
Oh, you kidding me? Oh, we don't have much going on, other than Russia and Ukraine. And anyway.
That's it. He just thinks it's funny. We ain't got much going on besides Russia and Ukraine. Anyway.
You don't have much going on. The southern border is in complete tatters. You've got the worst economic crisis since like what, the 1970s, the late 1970s. You've got the worst inflation for 40 fucking years. The supply line is shot to shit. The unemployment numbers are fucking crap. But yeah, like your entire fucking domestic policy is in the shit. You are what, like
that's fine.
8% in your fucking approval rating. Like you've got the worst fucking approval rating of any president ever in a record-breaking time. Your country is loaded with domestic problems. The southern border doesn't exist, but you don't have much going on.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Are you fucking shitting me?
AP NRC poll, just 26% of Americans say the U.S. should play a major role in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So I don't know, like, do it. People weren't supportive of this. With good reason, by the way. People are tired of America playing world police. We're tired of it. We're absolutely sick of it. Speaking of sick of it, I think we've basically come to the end of most of our show. Are you sick of it?
That we have.
We've gone through it all. So I
we
think
have exhausted all possibilities.
Now, if you would like to and have not supported us, I didn't hear anything go off, but I had a problem with OBS earlier. Have you gotten any not super chats, but supports on Streamlabs? If you enjoyed the program, friends, I would, and if you feel so inclined, there is a link to support that is in the pinned comment. It's also in the pinned comment here in the live chat, and also in the description. If you wanted to throw us $5 or something, if we have entertained you. If not, it doesn't really matter. Anywho, we'll kind of shit talk here for a second while I wait for a spoon to come back on the report on that, in case anyone did send anything. Did you get anything?
No, not today.
All right, not today. That's absolutely fine. I appreciate so many of you, though, for like, it was like between like 50 and like 70 people for most of the stream. So yeah, if you've enjoyed the stream, I hope you've had fun with it. Hopefully, I think we have to have a certain amount of hours and a certain amount of subs, and then we can get super chats built, and that's way easier to do than doing Streamlabs. I understand that. Anywho, or maybe again, no DSP in it. No need to do it whatsoever, guys. I hope that you have had a wonderful Wednesday, even though the things are mostly depressing. And thanks for joining me, Spoon.
You're welcome.
Thanks for being here, chat. And take care, guys, and I'll talk